Hello and welcome. Welcome back to Dark Souls 2. I hope you have a great day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Let's continue this game and the FromSoft journey. Elden Ring's right around the corner, and as I said in the stream yesterday, I'm probably going to play Elden Ring pretty close to release. I still need to figure some stuff out. Obviously, I need to figure out when I'm actually streaming, when I have time, right? When I need to work, all that kind of stuff. So, I'm not really sure. Is all I can say about that. I also in general, I don't really like buying games on release anymore. Mostly because most games just aren't that good on release, unfortunately. So waiting a bit is always kind of better. And also, they're just much cheaper if you wait, right? Especially with more or less single player experiences. I know that there's multiplayer as well, obviously, but it's still mostly like a solo experience, I would say, right? And with those kinds of things, I mean, it's not running away from you, right? You can just always play that. So why not just wait until it's cheaper, right? There's literally no reason why you would have to play it right away. That being said, though, I am kind of excited for Elden Ring. It's been a long time since I've played a FromSoft game on release. I've only ever done that once anyway, which was Bloodborne. Again, there isn't really any reason why you would want to do that. The thing is, though, that in a way I do really like most of the FromSoft games. They have their own issues, and there are some really, really big, blatant, and persistent issues that these games have. They're definitely not my favorite game series of all time, right? But they have a lot of really, really awesome stuff as well. Their world design, and especially the gameplay, right, the basic combat, is just really good. And, well, the problem with Dark Souls 2 is certainly that the game so far, while it looks kind of great, it looks better than I expected, it has a lot of your classic, Dark Souls, FromSoft, whatever game design in it. But in a way, Dark Souls 2 also feels a bit bland in certain areas. It feels very much like, oh well, we had to make a second Dark Souls, right? Compared to the first game, it does a lot of things a lot better, but we've moved on from that, right? That's sort of the thing here. If I think back to how much I enjoyed playing through Sekiro, for example, or parts of Bloodborne, I mean, there are parts of Bloodborne that I don't enjoy, right? Especially like the poisonous swamp areas, all that kind of stuff. I don't know why they keep insisting on putting that stuff in their games, but whatever. I fully expect that to appear at some point in Dark Souls 2 as well. Already looking forward to that. Great. But yeah, one thing that I kind of realized is that Dark Souls 2, well, it is just missing certain elements that I feel like have really elevated the FromSoft games for me, especially, the faster gameplay that Bloodborne and Sekiro have, just the snappier animations, and overall, also the immersion into the game world that you get out of out of those two games. I felt like the atmosphere was a lot tighter than it is in Dark Souls 2. I mean, if you've watched my Dark Souls 2 playthrough up until this point, you might have noticed that at a lot of points I was sort of pointing out things that I thought were a little bit, weird or just didn't work as well. And all of those things combined certainly add up to making this game. And again, I'm not saying that the game is bad or anything, right? I still think that it's actually a pretty good game. It's just that, weirdly enough, things like the better graphic, I really, really didn't expect Dark Souls 2 to look as good as it does. I think they did some pretty awesome things in terms of their graphics. A lot of it is, I guess you could quote unquote call it fake, right? In Majula, for example, or the ocean in general is something that feels like they somehow rendered once and then sort of implemented it into the game. So it's not something that is actually sort of being dynamically rendered. I don't really know how they're doing it, but whatever they did, it does look really, really cool, and it does look a lot better than Dark Souls 1. I touched on that as well. Dark Souls 1 Remastered just looks awful in a lot of ways, and it feels unfinished, quite frankly, in terms of its sort of technical and graphical design. Dark Souls 2 does that much better, but it also has some weird problems with that, right? Which is that if you increase sort of your graphical fidelity, somehow you also expect there to be, I guess, more to look at, is a way of putting that. Which is something that I felt was really, really cool in both Sekiro and Bloodborne, is that I don't know, the game worlds in those games, the atmosphere in those games, it just feels incredibly immersive, in my opinion. And Dark Souls 2, graphically, like just from a sort of technical perspective, I guess, or if you're trying to look at it sort of objectively in terms of what they're doing from a technical side, it's much better than in Dark Souls 1. But at the same time, I don't know, their sort of level and world design and the way it's all coming together doesn't really add up to a very immersive game world. And I don't know why that is. And that might also be something really subjective, right? It might be something that very much differs from person to person. I know I've read a lot of takes about Dark Souls 2 over the years, and people seem to sort of ride certain waves of, people liked it at first and then they sort of really hated it, and then people came in and said, well, certain aspects of it aren't that bad, and all that kind of stuff, right? So it is probably fairly subjective, but the thing is just that Dark Souls 2 feels, I don't really know how to put it, but it doesn't feel as immersive as Dark Souls 1. That's not really what I mean, though. It's really, really hard to describe, because in a way the game is still immersive, right? It's not that you feel sort of like, it's not the opposite of immersive. Right, that's the thing. It's not that you're sort of taken out of the game world, or you think that certain elements just don't fit. That's not the thing. It's more that it doesn't really pull you in. I feel like it doesn't really hook you in. Right? The things that hook me in, or that why I would like to continue playing Dark Souls 2. Well, first of all, I like to see where it's going. Second of all, I just like to see FromSoft stuff, right? I want to know where they came from. I want to know what they created before. Because again, I sort of have, I guess, maybe a slightly unusual timeline in terms of how I played their games. I started playing Demon Souls back in the day, but only played it for about 10 hours or 15 hours, something like that. So I never played through it on the PS3. And then I played Bloodborne, which I really, really liked. I played Sekiro, which I really, really liked. And then I sort of went back and wanted to play through all of the Dark Souls games. I played through Dark Souls 1, not entirely. I think I'm missing some stuff from the DLC, but maybe I'll come back to that at some point. Dark Souls 1 just feels very, very dated, right? But for some reason, even though it has a ton of technical problems, the remaster feels absolutely lazy and bad, and it has a ton of technical weird stuff and missing textures and weird lighting that doesn't look right, and weird shading and misplaced objects and all that kind of stuff. I mean, Dark Souls 2 has a misplaced object as well. At least like one of the main bonfires is misplaced, whatever. But still Dark Souls 1 does have this weird quality of drawing you into its world. And I don't know why or how it does it. Maybe it's because it's so strange, right? Maybe it's because it has these weird ways of how they're doing their environments or how they're connected, or Dark Souls 1 just feels strange in a way where it really pulls you into its world. Even though a lot of the later levels I didn't even really like. I felt like they were just weird and kind of off-putting and didn't really contain any kind of interesting challenge or, well, interesting stuff at all. But at the same time, I do think that the first game, I don't know, maybe it's just so unique in a lot of areas. Or maybe it's because I've played Dark Souls 1 and now Dark Souls 2 is just quote-unquote more of the same, even though they've obviously changed some stuff to this compared to the first game. But yeah, there is just this... I really don't know how to describe it, but Dark Souls 2, maybe it's also just because even though and I think I said that in the last stream that I did of Dark Souls 2, but even though, so you start off Dark Souls 1 with a sort of very simple instruction, right? Which is ring the 2 bells. But even though that's very simple, the fact that you're sort of an undead on a journey, and people specifically referencing that, and also, I don't know, the way it's built up in Dark Souls 1 does have a certain sense of progression attached to it, right? You feel like you have a purpose and well, you're finding meaning in what you're doing, right? And that might be something that Dark Souls 2, at least in these, I mean, I still would call them beginning stages of the game, even though I'm 25 hours in, right? Which is, debatable whether or not a game should take this long to get interesting. I'm not saying that it's not interesting, but, right? I mean, Dark Souls 1 just has this sort of outlook from the get-go, right? You know what you're supposed to do. And then, well, later on, it also continues that. Once you've rung the 2 bells, right, it then sort of continues. And even though the story itself, there isn't really that much there in terms of storytelling, I feel like the NPC interactions that you have in the first game, and just, again, the fact that you have these actual objectives, so to speak, means that you do know why you're doing stuff. And I feel like in Dark Souls 2, that's not really the case. Yes, you get told, oh yeah, there are these powerful souls that you're supposed to collect, but you neither know where they are, nor who they are, nor why they exist, why you're supposed to be looking for them. It's all kind of hazy and weird. And maybe that's a theme that's supposed to be there, right? I mean, maybe, there is a running theme throughout the game that people forget things, right? And people forget why they're there in the first place. But, well, it does create the strange feeling that you yourself aren't really sure why you're there and what your purpose is. And the fact that most NPCs, I mean, they start off by saying something interesting, but so far I think none of them have actually ever really changed their dialogue. And what I mean they certainly have to a degree, but they're not really referencing anything that's happening, right? It doesn't really matter what I've done so far. It's just, well, I don't know. The game world doesn't really feel like it's changed at all, even though I have traversed multiple levels at this point, right? Again, still maybe at the beginning stages of the game, but still also, like, I mean, again, I know that a game like Sekiro came out much later, but at this point in Sekiro, you have a very clear purpose of what you're supposed to be doing. You're maybe investigating Hirata Estate and seeing sort of the past of why people were attacked, or what the whole thing with Ashina and the rebirth of people and the dragon's heritage and all that kind of stuff is about. There is so many, even though the storytelling in Sekiro arguably has a lot of problems as well, especially in terms of the NPC dialogue and when it appears and when it updates and when it doesn't. There is still all these kinds of threats that you're following in that game, right? And well, Bloodborne has less of that, right? Bloodborne is a much more weird in terms of its story, but it still has. I mean, Bloodborne still introduces these NPCs to you that make it seem like there is some kind of larger purpose to the whole thing, right? And well, Bloodborne does set you out with a sort of a very clear overall structure, which is you are here in Yharnam on the night of the hunt, right? And beasts are running rampant, and the hunters must hunt, right? And while that is a very easy structure, right? There isn't really much to it overall. It still works very well in the way that the game is set, and especially with the day continuing once you defeat certain bosses. I don't know, the sense of progression is still really much there. And that is just a big thing that for some reason Dark Souls 2 so far hasn't really managed to establish, for me at least. This feeling of, okay, this is supposed to go somewhere. There is something that we have to do for a specific reason. And also, I think while you don't necessarily need a specific goal, right? It's, in a way, it's fine when they're telling you, all right, there are these powerful souls, go and collect them, right? And you know literally nothing about them, you don't know where they are, who they are, whatever. That's not necessarily a problem. That can also be set up as a mystery, right? It can work out sort of in the favor of the story. But the problem is that the places you visit, all of them, so far have been sort of deprecated, right? They have been, is that the right word? But they're sort of, they feel like these lost places that have just been destroyed over time and just left to nature, essentially. I mean, we've literally walked, the very first area is literally a castle that's overgrown and destroyed, and the only things that remain are monsters or hollowed. And then the theme sort of continues, right? Everything is just, it feels like you're walking sort of through almost a ghost town, right? Through a world that once maybe flourished, but now seems very much deserted of anything worth fighting for, right? And I think that's kind of a problem in the way that the game presents it, because you don't really feel like there's anything worthwhile in this world, right? The reason why I'm playing the game is because I know that it's Dark Souls, and I know FromSoft, and I know, so the reasons why I'm playing the game are sort of outside of the actual story and the actual world design, right? Because those things certainly don't really invite you to continue playing. Not necessarily in a bad way either, just by the very nature of them being sort of lost and, I don't know. Does anybody get that feeling? I mean, it is kind of strange. It really is. Alright, give me 1 second. Right, but let's actually get into the game. Wow, 30 hours. Wait, how does that work? I think I've only streamed for 25. Maybe? Whatever, maybe I've missed something. Oh no, you know why that is? I looked at my collections earlier and I think it said Dark Souls 2 25 hours, but I think that was like I haven't put the last, like episode 6 I think it was, into the collection, so that's why I probably thought that I only had 25 hours. So yeah, I'm 30 hours in, right? And it still feels, because of how the game sort of presents its own story, or, well, I don't even know if you want to call it a story, because FromSoft has this very kind of weird way of telling you what's going on. But I mean, there's still, again, this progression thing, whatever you want to call it, in the case of Dark Souls 2. It is sort of weird, in a way. It is sort of weird in how it, well, presents itself, really, and how it, well, presents the world, right? Okay, but let me get back into it. So, like, literally, this is the first message that I'm reading. That's about her. I think she can also stay over there. I mean, again, she's nice. Whatever. Let me think. So, last time we actually stopped here in the Lost Bastille, and the last thing that I really did was that I unpetrified, if that's the correct word for it, the sorcerer that we found there. And interestingly enough, there's still quite a lot of statues left there. So I think there's still 2 more petrified statues in the Lost Bastille for some reason. But there is also a potential boss enemy. And I think that was actually close to this bonfire. So let me just start with that, I think. I mean, it doesn't really matter anyway, since I don't really have any souls right now, and I don't really remember if I wanted to do something before this. I might have said that I wanted to traverse the world from like a different viewpoint, but I think I already did that. So I mean, if we just take a look at this, the tower apart is where you can go if you defeat the pursuer in the forest, right? In the castle. And the eagle takes you to this place. And from there, you can then sort of go through the Lost Bastille sort of backwards. But I'm pretty sure that I actually did most of that already. And also, there is literally like only one side area, and the pursuer actually attacks you there as well, and I defeated him. There is still another spot where I could also defeat the pursuer. I think he just drops Twinkling Titanite though, which I don't really have a weapon that uses that at this point in time, so yeah, I don't really need that right now. I think I should probably just continue onwards. And then, let me see, so was there something else that I got, or something that I wanted to upgrade? I don't necessarily think there was. So I think I got the, fuck's sake. Where was it? But did I actually not turn that in? No, I didn't. Ah, right, I didn't do that. So he can... You can get boss weapons from him, right? By exchanging these souls. And I think there was an item that I sort of had my eyes on, and maybe wanted to get from him. Not entirely sure about that, though. And that would also require me, I think... Right, I think... Didn't I level Dex at the end of the last stream to 15? I think that's what I spent my souls on. So I can maybe just talk to him. Are these guys attacking me? I don't think they are, right?
Souls. I mean, if you seek much bigger.
Yeah, I know. So you can trade the souls, and I wanted... What was it that I wanted to get? I think I was thinking about this thing, right? So either I wanted to get the halberd or the twin blade. Now, obviously, it's the same soul, which is a bit unfortunate. I mean, the twin blade would certainly be cool, no doubt about that. It's also magic, right? Both of them are magic. The halberd might also be really... The thing is, halberds are cool, and I've never really used them in any kind of game, so maybe I would like it. At the same time, there's also like a twin blade. Sounds kind of awesome, doesn't it? I mean, it attacks much quicker, I'd imagine, right? And it does... Is this the... No, that's the poise, right? No, that's the weight. It's a lot heavier. Ultra greatswords are also always cool. I don't know, I kind of wanted to go for the twin blade, to be completely honest. Just to see how awesome that actually is. I don't like your attitude. Have I ever told you that? Okay, I don't think these things are attacking me, right? I wonder why they're here. And I wonder why he's so chill about them being here. It's kind of weird that they don't attack you, but all the other ones do, right? I mean, he does, for example. So once again, in these kinds of cases, that's also... I don't know. I mean, sometimes the FromSoft games in general have this problem, right? Because now you're wondering, well, these things have some sort of flame burning in them. And they don't attack me, but you can kill them. These things don't have that flame, right? Which sort of immediately makes you think, oh, are they, like, different? Is this flame something that makes them more human? Is that what these other guys that are attacking you maybe lost? It's very hard to tell, and the game doesn't really give you any hints towards anything that has to do with it, right? Which, I don't know. I would really like more information about the actual places that you're going through. I know Dark Souls has a lot of themes running through it, and, you know, there's a lot about what this world once was and how it changes, and about the first flame and fire keepers and that kind of stuff, right? But giving you information about the actual current location that you're in, why that exists, and, well, you know, foremost why the enemies are the way they are. Unfortunately, the game itself doesn't really tell you that much about that. And I don't know. I think that's really unfortunate. I feel like they should tell you more about this, and just more about what this is supposed to mean, right? Why this exists in this particular way. This is also really strange to me, that doors sort of close by themselves. Alright. Okay, so I already got this item. It's slightly annoying to me that the dude up there is shooting me. That does seem to be sort of last place of this area, though, right? Considering that it's basically a giant tower that stands on its own and isn't really seemingly connected to the rest of this place. There is... wait. There is another place I haven't been to, though, which is down here somewhere. Because that's the bridge that I came from, right? The bridge down there with the barrels and boxes on top. That's sort of the first corridor, the first bridge that you enter this area on. And then you jump down in this courtyard, and that's where the pursuer can also spawn. But there's a guy shooting from up top, and I think there is also an area that I haven't really visited over there. That might also be the area where there is, what's it called? The petrified statue in front of it, though. So... I haven't... let me actually check. I haven't forgotten to turn in some Estus shard or something, right? I don't think I have. Right, I have this one as well. I still can't use these, right? I wonder how they're actually supposed to function. Either I'm unlucky because there's never really anybody invading other worlds here. I don't know. But I kind of don't want to use the cracked red eye orb. I don't want to be the invader. I mean, not that I don't want to be. That might be kind of interesting, but... I also haven't really engaged with any kind of summons, which is still kind of weird to me. I don't know if it works like it did in Dark Souls 1, where I think you had to be human in order to be able to summon other people. But then at the same time, it's just... yeah, I don't know. Wait, do I actually want to try out one of these resins? Well, maybe not right away, huh? But yeah, the fact that he's shooting down at me... is really annoying. Also, it's kind of strange that he's actually... oh, right, he can use fire too. Completely forgot about that. It is a bit strange, right, that he's not shooting at the barrels, and it's instead shooting at me. Kind of makes it a little bit pointless for the barrels to even be there, but alright. Let's check this out then. Sinner's Rise. Wait, what? What's wrong with you? Why do you guys always insist on jumping down to other places? Just chill for a second. Wait, Sinner's Rise? There is a completely new area here? I would have for sure thought that this was going to be... a boss encounter or boss room. Apparently it isn't, huh? It's just a big elevator here. A couple of dudes. What does this say? Probably, yeah. That's weird. I mean, well, at least they're using fog doors a bit better than in the first game, all things considered. In the first game, most fog doors actually lead to bosses, and the few that don't are very clearly not leading to bosses, which is kind of weird. And the fact that fog doors exist in these games at all is weird. I don't know, in Bloodborne and Sekiro, they're literally just used for boss encounters. And, you know, they're sort of played off as natural, like, or not natural, but they just exist, right? They're sort of there, and you just take them for what they are, and they're just sort of restricting your movement in that particular area. And that's fine, right? But at the same time, let me check a small thing here. All right. Audio is okay. I wish that fog doors as well would just serve like a higher purpose, or rather would have a better explanation in game. And I'm not saying that they haven't. There might be somewhere some lore explanation as to why they exist. But putting that somewhere isn't really cutting it, right? The fact that they're so prevalent, and the thing is, in Demon Souls, the fog is actually mentioned in the sort of, I think it was the intro cutscene, right? The fog is actually something that is supposed to be spreading through the world. I don't really remember anything about Demon Souls, which is why I want to play the remake, but at least they're mentioned somewhere. Here they just exist, and you're sort of wondering, well, why was this here, right? Who put this here? Like, why? Why here specifically? It's just weird, right? It doesn't really seem to serve any kind of purpose, really. It's also not, I mean, well, the only thing that it really prompted me to do in terms of gameplay is that I decided to, oh, well, you know, if there's a fog door here, then I'm going to spend my souls before I enter it. But the fact that the bonfire literally is like 100 meters next to it, again, like, where's the, like, there's no surprise, right? Even whether or not there was a boss here or something else doesn't really make a difference, because the bonfire is so close that you don't really care. Had there been a boss here, even a very strong one that just kills me, I wouldn't have lost anything, right? So why do I care, right? And then why put the fog door here? I don't know. Maybe it's supposed to just be for a different area. Is there literally another bonfire here? I don't know. I really don't get the purpose of this. Who the fuck are you? Also, wasn't there an enemy just here? Where did that go? I still hate the frickin' mountain background. Like, who did that? Whatever. Did they land in an area that is accessible to me? Am I meant to go back? Are they the boss of this area? Oh, there's the bonfire. Well, that's cute. How did somebody get up there? Didn't seem like it should be possible. Also, well, I mean, there's still stuff that I haven't seen yet here in the Lost Bastille. But the fact that I just enter another area without there even being a hint of a boss encounter here, again, very, very weird. The Salt Fort. Okay. Lost Bastille, Sinner's Rise, the Salt Fort. I wonder why they decided to make this a separate area. Because all of the other areas so far have been really, really distinct from one another. But this seems like it should just be connected. But maybe it leads further down than I think it does, or I don't know. Oh wait, he's back. Did he literally just hit that? Why are you back? Where did you go? Oh, whoopsie. Were you the guy that jumped down? Ouch. That looked painful. I guess it was, right? Huh. Interesting. Illusionary wall? Why? Obviously it isn't. Why is this message here? Oh, I think I completely forgot that item. Large Soul of a Lost Undead. Have I ever read that? Let me check. Oh, that's the small one. Huh. Yeah, they all say the same thing. I mean, well, the fact that this is a new area does, it would make sense that there is a bonfire here. Silence. Huh. But at the same time, then why put the other bonfire there? Ooh, it looks dark. Oop, that's not what I wanted to do. Royal Swordsman Helm. And what's the point of showing you these three creatures over there? Human effigy. Should probably really use that at some point. Turn myself back human. I don't know, you get a lot of them. This just feels kind of weird. I don't know. I don't know what to make of this place. Whoa, that goes down a long time. There's something else moving down there. Or maybe it just looks... Oh, that's... Wait, what is that? I think there's just water below the tower. Once again, I'm wondering a bit why they decided to make this area transition like this. Why put a bonfire here? Wouldn't it make more sense to put it down below? Because this very much just sort of feels like an introduction, right? You move over the bridge, you get to this area, you kill a couple of enemies, then you move down the elevator, and then a new level would start with a new bonfire. In my eyes, that would make a lot more sense, but instead they decide to put the bonfire here for some reason. Also, now I'm really wondering if I should maybe go back to the Lost Bastille, although as long as I'm still missing those branches of yore to unpetrify the people, maybe there isn't really that much of a point in me going back. Also interesting that you're like moving through that for some reason. Oh, for a second there I was wondering why I was standing in front of that, or why that didn't really... I should probably take fire with me then, huh? Am I literally... Wait, am I going into the water? Don't tell me this is actually the poisonous area. It's not, but this is weird. It's also really dark. That might be the boss encounter. Maybe. Lacerating knife ×5. What the hell is that? It's this one, right? Sharp throwing knife that causes bleeding. Okay. A sharp blade is intended to cause bleeding rather than simply inflict damage. The simple weapon is easily utilized, but has limited range and deals little damage. However, if the knife can cause bleeding, the target's max HP will be lowered. You would think that a throwing knife like this can also cause bleeding, right? I mean, yeah, this does look more dangerous, but... well, I guess it's just game design. To be honest, I don't think I just did the most intelligent thing, because I feel like I'm going to die jumping down there. I probably should have jumped to the item from up above rather than from here. Maybe I can manage to not die. Nope. You just die. Nice. And now I probably can't get my... Oh, well, I can get my souls on the way down, I think. I mean, I wanted to go back up anyway, so... Also, I think I rested at that bonfire, right? Yeah, I did. I probably shouldn't just run to him like that. Not that it really matters, but... I mean, if there is, in fact, a boss down there, then... I could probably just use a human effigy before I go into the boss room or something. Or not before I go into the boss room, but rather before I fight him. Oops. What? How the... It's interesting that they drop life gems. Why are they doing so much damage with that? I don't like that. Where are my souls? Here. Okay. Yeah, this is how you're supposed to do it, I think. Can I please? Ah, for fuck's sake. Didn't want to do that. I do still like the basic idea of the torch mechanic. I don't think it has really been utilized so far, like at all. I think they could have done way more with that. Maybe they're going to, but overall I just feel like it's kind of strange. Also, wait. Let me put the torch away for a second. Shouldn't there be a ring that makes you move faster in water? What have I equipped anyway? Maximum HP, stamina recovery, physical attack, and more souls. Alright, I need to test something. But let me see first. Increases poise. I don't actually know how this works. Limits HP reduction when hollow. Is that meant as, like, the amount of HP that, like, if I equip this now... Actually, let me test. Let me test those rings, actually. I've never really... I haven't tried them so far. So this raises my maximum HP, right? If I instead equip this one... it raises my HP back up. Which is interesting, so that means that the game actually counts how often you died in any given moment, right? And now it sort of gave me 50% of that back. I mean, obviously, with the amount of human effigies that you get, this isn't really all that useful as a ring. but it's certainly interesting that it exists that way. Increases HP slightly. The way of blue is not a developed religion. When apostles of blue are invaded by dark spirits, they can receive assistance from masters of other worlds. So if I equip that, still doesn't make me able to... So I thought for a second that maybe I could use the correct blue eye orbs with the ring equipped, but apparently that's not a thing. Weird. Although considering the state that I'm in currently, like the ring that I'm currently using, right? The what's it called? This one, the life ring. Technically, the ring of binding would be better now, right? Because it essentially gives me more HP. I don't want to be constantly switching rings, though. It is interesting, right? That it exists this way. Sort of makes me think, yeah, I don't really know. This is a bit weird in a way. Because right now, wait. I have 1,352 HP, but that's my maximum HP without the reduction that I currently have, right? Weirdly enough, this doesn't show your current HP, I think. So if I equip this one, I have 1,288. But obviously it makes my HP much higher right now, because I'm hollow. Died a couple of times. Huh. Also, I did encounter some enemies that drop torches, right? I think. Whoa! Wait, you're the boss enemy that I fought. Why are you in here? Wait! Huh? And now he's just chilling away. Okay. What the hell is going on with that guy? Is there a way for me to defeat him faster or something? Do you think he's... well... Like, once again, okay, so why is this both an actual boss and it exists here as well? That is weird to me. Oh. That's not what I wanted. Well, with enemies like this, a shield does make a bit of sense. Because the amount of damage that he is doing with his weapons is like really, really low. I guess my... Oops, I shouldn't have done that. My bleeding resistance is also pretty high, apparently. Come back here. I want to kill you. What the fuck was this? Okay, like... Is he coming back if I rest at a bonfire? If he is, that would be weird. Wait, what the hell have they done with the bosses in this game? Why is this an actual boss encounter on the boat? And now he's just chilling here. And I think he had almost the same amount of HP, actually. They couldn't have differed much. I mean, maybe they did a little, but certainly not that much. I mean, it still required a couple of hits to kill him. It's just a bit annoying that you're in the water and can't really move all that fast. Let me relight my torch. But overall, why does he exist here? I don't really get it. Why? I mean, I hope you can't drown here somewhere. That would be Blossom Kite Shield. That would be a bit weird. What are they, like, why make this enemy a boss and then just put him in as a normal enemy after that? That just seems incredibly strange to me. Like, really, really strange. And now we just have normal enemies here. Like, it almost makes me feel like there might be, like, more to that. Because the Pursuer also actually pursues you in a way. Oh, there. Whoa, okay. Oh no, I thought he was... For a second I thought he was, like, moving underwater. Well, this is just strange, to be honest. This is honestly just strange. And yeah, this enemy, like, why did it exist here? What the hell was the purpose of it being here? It didn't even, like, protect anything special. Right? I mean, it just literally sort of existed here, and that was it, pretty much. And now we're back to regular old, really easy to defeat enemies. For some reason. Alright, this is locked. Are you dead? Also, there's some weird lighting going on there. Well, this was underwhelming. It's just empty. I mean, once again, this just... Wouldn't you think that this is just a continuation of the Lost Bastille level? Why make it a new level? Huh. Is there literally nothing in here? I feel like something is going to, like, attack me from behind or something. Weird. What? He looks like one of the guys from Hyde's Tower. It's locked again. Why is everything always locked? Oh, what the hell is... Oh, that's a staircase. Oh, never mind. Thought it was something more nefarious for a second. Am I still missing a key that you can maybe find somewhere? But yeah, I wonder if that enemy respawns. Like, in a way, it wouldn't really make sense to me if he did. Or, well, would it make sense? I don't know if you can really talk about making sense in these kinds of areas. But I don't know. I don't really know anymore. This is just weird. Like, I can just repeat that over and over again, because I don't really get what they were... Oh, shit. I don't really get what they were going for here. Well, at least it's not a poisonous swamp. I guess it has that going for it. Maybe the key is one of these items down here. These enemies in and of themselves are kind of weird, because it seems like they should be jumping much earlier, right? They're actually running all the way towards you so that you can hit them, and then they jump. I mean, I guess this is just... Oh, there's actually a way to open this gate, I guess. I mean, they do make you feel very anxious, right? Wow, another Pharaoh's Lockstone. Wait, is there actually like one of those weird faces somewhere that I maybe forgot about, where I could place this thing into? I don't necessarily think there is, but interesting. Also, I should probably read the description of the thing that I got earlier. If I remember correctly what it was. I think it was a shield, right? This one. Blossom Kite Shield. A rare shield depicting a blossoming flower that soothes the weary heart of its bearer. What makes flowers beautiful, and why are we comforted when we gaze upon them? Sadly, the flower depicted on this shield went extinct long ago. Stamina recovery. So there's an extra effect? Let me actually check that out. Wait, so if I compare the two... Oh, it only has some... Well, that's kind of dumb, right? It has stamina recovery, and it has, well, fairly good defenses against almost everything, but not against physical damage. What's the point of it having stamina recovery if I lose, like, HP instead? Kind of weird, but alright. Also, how the fuck is a shield like this able to block 100% physical damage, but this is only able to block 75%? How does that make sense? It literally looks the same, in a way, like a metallic shield that just has a very ornate thing on the front, but in terms of damage reduction, shouldn't it be more or less the exact same? So I guess I have to continue this way then? This also stays open, which I also did not expect. Where the hell are we now? Ah, for fuck's sake, there's another... Guess I should have taken the fire with me. This looks rather interesting. And pretty special, all things considered. Are we outside still? Oh, well, we have to... kind of have to be, right? Let me just grab the fire for a second. Oh, you can actually sprint through the water, though. Huh. I mean, once again, what was this weird enemy doing here? Why the fuck is an enemy that was previously a boss enemy here with the sort of exact same health pool and not much else going for it? He just chills here. And also they put him at a point where he, like, instead of keeping him there, right, and waiting for you to actually cross the section where it would be really difficult to run back to the place you came from, instead of doing that, they literally made it so that you can just, or, well, even if you don't necessarily want to kite him into the door, you kind of automatically do that, because that's where no water is, right, where your movement isn't really hindered. And since he attacks you so early, it sort of happens automatically. Kind of a weird way of designing that. And... oh, okay. What's the point of these doors exactly? Am I missing something here? This just leads up to the two doors that were locked previously without any kind of reason as to... like, what? I mean, I know that there is still another door, right, where the weird Heights Tower enemy is in. Which also, that's just weird to me, why somebody of them would be locked up here. But why place these two doors here as well? What the hell is going on? This is just weird. This is such a weird level design. And again, I'm not saying weird as in bad. I'm just really, really surprised and taken aback by, well, why it was designed this way. I wonder if there was, like, was there at one point a deeper meaning to those doors? Are they meant to confuse the player? Are they meant to just be realistic? Because in a way, you know, it's definitely not necessarily unrealistic that they exist, right? It's just very unusual in terms of FromSoft game design, because normally everything that you actually can interact with and everything that exists normally exists for a very specific purpose for gameplay, right? And for the player that's playing the game. Which is an interesting and definitely acceptable approach to game or level design, but certainly one that comes with its own fair share of problems. But it's just the way that FromSoft designs their games, right? They design their game to be, well, sort of a gameplay environment first and foremost, right? And yes, the games have their own lore and interesting things to uncover and see, but at the same time, you know, the world or level design in and of itself clearly follows sort of gameplay first and environmental design second, which is, it's cool that they're doing it that way, but it is certainly different from other games. And so it's kind of weird seeing this with the two doors there, because that's what other games would do, right? That's what other companies do, where they place doors like this just because it would make sense for a door to be there, even though it doesn't really serve any purpose for the player or the gameplay or level design in that particular area. So yeah, just kind of an interesting approach. So this is, I mean, this very much looks like a boss arena. I don't think that that's necessarily a spoiler of sorts. I wonder, again, why the weird bonfire placement? So every time you if this is in fact the boss, every time you reattempt it, you have to take the elevator for some reason. Even though they could have literally placed the bonfire down here and it wouldn't have made any kind of difference. Does this room even lead somewhere? Is that supposed to be blood splatter on the floor? I guess that's... Do they sort of hang people from that weird contraption on the wall? Why are there so many messages here? Try torch? What? What is a torch supposed to do? I mean, I can do that, I guess. If... Help me. Okay. Radiant Life Gen. Play dead. Seriously, look at the amount of messages that exist here. That's way more than you usually got in the other FromSoft games. And then there still exists some item, I think, that I found at some point that lets you discover even more messages. What the fuck would be the point of that? Once again, with the try-torch thing. Are these doors meant to be opened with a torch? Why would that work? If they do, that would be incredibly weird. Because they certainly don't look like it would be possible. It is a rather interesting building design, though. Why does something like that exist here? And this whole thing also looks very interesting. I mean, obviously man-made, but it almost doesn't really fit the place at all, does it? Okay, let's see. What the hell is the torch supposed to be doing against iron doors? What? Okay. Torch required ahead. Maybe they're talking about when you opened the door? Probably, right? Try fire and then victory. Yeah, you probably have to open the doors, I think. Should I look at this thing, or, I mean, I have 16 homeward bones. I can literally just teleport back to the bonfire if I wanted to. Although that's sometimes a bit finicky, because it takes a while. But let's look at this. Whoa. What's that red thing supposed to be? Yeah. Who are you? The Lost Sinner. See, this is what I mean. Okay, whatever. Still worked out. That's sometimes just weird. How that works, or I guess it doesn't work in certain places. Yeah, so... Okay. At least I found a boss, I guess. Still really weird. So why is it a separate area? And why is the bonfire here? I swear, if this weird thing that was the boss on the boat respawns down there in the water where you're moving slowly, that is one of the most annoying things that they could have done in terms of a boss run back or whatever you want to call it. That would be incredibly dumb. I kind of suspect that it's actually the case. I guess let me go back to Majula real quick. I mean, there isn't really... Wait. Huh? Wait. I thought I'd already clicked on it. But, there isn't really... I don't think there's necessarily anything else that I should be doing before I attempt that boss, I think. Right? I mean...
Bearer of the goodness, seek lest...
I wouldn't really know what else to... So I guess I'm going for more dex to be able to use that weapon there. With the swords that I have now, I could also get the weapon right away. Now that I'm thinking about it. I don't want to... It's a bit unfortunate that she doesn't sell Radiant Life Gems. Also, I don't know if there's actually any point in me using... You think that that Sinner thing is sort of weak to fire, maybe? Kind of wonder.
Lively times these are.
Also, I'm definitely missing that big dude that I found in No Man's Wharf. The one that I could sell items to. Yeah, I mean, I guess I just attempt the boss, right? Let me just buy the weapon that I wanted before I do that, because I just happen to have the souls right now for it. And then after it, I'm just going to attempt the boss, and hopefully it's not annoying. I mean, it didn't, in terms of the things that I was doing, it didn't look too complicated, at least at the start. Obviously, kind of depends on how much damage it does and all kind of things like that, right? Okay, let me get the twin blade. Yes. Nice. Yeah. And then let's go back here and attempt this thing. I mean, the boss run back is equally weird, to be honest. Because there are even more enemies here, right? So, see? Like, isn't this kind of ridiculous? I mean, you don't lose that much health, but... Why? Why make it like this? Of course you still exist. What the hell? Are you still running after me? The other one's on. Okay, that looks really dumb. Okay, but yeah, I mean, what is the point of making the boss run back like this? Seriously. Why wasn't I able to target him right away? That was kind of ridiculous. Ah, for fuck's sake. Okay, that hit me. Interesting. He's a quick one, isn't he? Ooh. That jump is incredibly annoying. What the? Well, the lock-on sort of trivialized that. What the hell? He's still turning towards me even though he had his, like, big attack or whatever he did there? What are these weird sounds that he's doing? Just, is that just him making these sounds? Whoa, okay, there's a follow-up. Ooh, that does a lot of damage. See, he's still turning even though he's on the floor. That's kind of ridiculous. You shouldn't actually track you down there. Okay. Great Soul Embraced. What? Soul of the Lost Sinner. Whoa, that was a sound. For a second there, I thought there was like some kind of weird masked thing up there, but I just realized it's just the chains. I don't know. Should I start again about like Dark Souls 2 boss design? I almost feel cheated. What the fuck was that? I mean, he wasn't necessarily bad, but he, like, the amount of stamina that he takes away with his attacks is ridiculously low. The only real threatening attack that he had was the big two-handed swing downwards. And that was, well, not that threatening. The jump is completely trivialized by the fact that you can lock on and the camera just literally follows him. Which is interesting. I wonder if they decided, because I feel like that the lock-on in Dark Souls 1, for the most part, is more detrimental than helpful, I would say. So maybe they kind of went the other extreme here, where they made it too useful. Isn't this weird though? Am I just like completely over-leveled for this area? Or, I mean, I even put a ton of points into dexterity, even though that doesn't even increase damage from my weapon. I'm really confused by this. I mean, it certainly wasn't like, I wouldn't say that the fight was what's the term? Like, it did require some thinking, right? And in a way, it definitely was a little bit of a challenge. But yeah, did I just miss a ton of potential mechanics that he can do? Oh, I know this door design. I don't think it leads where I think where it could lead. Let's say that. There also isn't anything else in here, right? Huh. And that was supposed to be a great soul? Did it even drop anything? Did it drop a soul? No, it didn't. Yes, it did. Soul of the Lost Sinner. So this is clearly supposed to be like a stronger boss, or a stronger enemy in general. Soul of the Lost Sinner, prisoner of sinners, rise. The lost sinner eternally punishes herself for the sins of her past. Use the special soul of the lost sinner to acquire numerous souls, or to create something of great worth. What? I'm just really, really confused at this point. Why this was so easy. And it's not even... I mean, I've one-shotted FromSoft bosses before. That's not what I'm talking about. It's more that there's no phase transition whatsoever. And it had like 3 attacks. And again, the Pursuer was the only boss that even remotely felt like your typical Dark Souls or / FromSoft boss. Everything else could have literally been just a normal enemy, and for some weird reason, the like strongest enemy is also the one that appears multiple times without it being a boss fight, right? Which is sort of weird. And then we had this other enemy right here, right back there in the water, that was previously a boss. I am really, really confused at this point in terms of what is supposed to be a boss or not, or why they're done this way, or whatever the fuck this is supposed to mean. Also, why this is dark, it by no means is dark enough so that you can't see. So especially since sort of the shading of the boss model is definitely viewable. Like I think it was like slightly gray against the background. So what's the purpose of bringing fire down here? What's the purpose of your torch? What's the purpose of those, the fact that it can light them? Because it was certainly a lot more beneficial to have the shield rather than fire. And there's yet another bonfire down here. And apparently more items as well. That texture looks kind of weird. Also, again, with the weird inconsistency, this texture on the wall is much lower resolution for some reason than most other textures in this game. It's almost like they just blew up a texture because it looked too similar maybe to something else. Weird, isn't it? Fragrant branch of yore, nice! And an Elizabeth mushroom. I wonder where I should use that branch. Technically, probably in the Bastille, although I don't know. I mean, there's still that one statue that clearly leads to a completely different level that at some point I want to unpetrify. But since there's still so many statues in the Lost Bastille as well, I feel like maybe I should go for those first. Let's see here. So, what was the other thing that I got? This one. Elizabeth mushroom. Wait, isn't Elizabeth the mushroom from the Dark Souls 1 DLC? Think that's what it was called, right? Specially treated dried mushroom creates a euphoric sensation when ingested and restores a large amount of HP over time. Saint Elizabeth devoted her life to helping the needy by concocting medicine and potions. It's thought her great virtue was matched only by her sublime beauty. But who can say now? So is that... Again, I think I didn't fully complete Dark Souls 1's DLC, so maybe I should go back and do that at some point. But is this supposed to be hinting at the fact that Elizabeth turned herself into a mushroom and was beautiful before? Or is this just sort of a joke that kind of she was a mushroom and people didn't know it and just assumed that she has to be beautiful because she's also very skilled with medicine and potions? Definitely interesting. Also interesting, especially when you read it, right? When you open the treasure chest and you read this and you get a fragrant branch of yore and then there's some weird mushroom with a special name attached to it, you think to yourself, oh, that must be like a special item that just does something important, right? But all of these items, even though they seem fairly rare, they just literally, I don't know, I have like 5 different items that restore HP. Technically even more, right? I mean, you can't count the Estus Flask, that's there all the time, but you have life gems, you have radiant life gems, you have the Elizabeth mushrooms, then the monastery charm, I mean, that also cures poison, but alright. Then the rogue water is just a combination with spell uses, and the full restore plus status effects of the divine blessing. And I mean, I know that it takes a bit to take these items, but I mean, think about it, right? If I during that boss encounter, for example, I wouldn't say that it was too difficult to heal. Sure, you had to know when to do it, but that's always the case, right? I mean, that's the whole point of the healing mechanic in FromSoft games. It always takes a bit of time, which means that you're forced to sort of find the correct spot for it to work. But now if I think about it, so I put 4 points into attunement that I probably don't really need it. I put points in dexterity, a lot of points, that I could have just not done, right? I just did that because I wanted to try out the Dragon Rider Twin Blade at some point. So I could have just invested that into strength as well. Or rather, what I'm getting at, had I invested those points, for example, into adaptability, which makes it easier for you to, or rather, it reduces the time that it takes for you, it takes you to take items. At least I'm pretty positive that it does that. Had I put those points into adaptability and had adaptability at like 20 or something, I have a feeling that it almost trivializes the healing mechanic at that point, doesn't it? Because at least most of the bosses that I've encountered so far, maybe excluding the pursuer, right? Again, for some reason I thought that the pursuer was definitely a lot more. Well, you actually had to be mindful of his attacks, right? Maybe it was just the context of when I approached him or something. But all of the other bosses so far have been fairly slow, right? To the point where I feel like if you would put points into adaptability, it would completely trivialize them because you get like a million different healing items. And I mean, well, considering the fact that I pretty much one-shot everything else except the pursuer. Wait, I actually didn't I? I one-shot the giant, I one-shot the dragon rider, I one-shot the weird boat monster that I just now encountered a second time in the water thing here. And I one-shot this guy, the Lost Sinner. The Pursuer took me a couple of attempts. I think it was 12 attempts or something like that. It was actually quite a lot for some reason. Well, granted, I sort of lost probably 4 or 5 attempts because for some reason I started rolling into his weapon when he attacked me, which was kind of a dumb idea. But also, the Pursuer just did a lot more damage, right? A lot more. To the point where you actually had to heal, and it was quite difficult figuring out when to heal and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, I mean, how I honestly don't know what to make of this, to be completely honest. It just seems so strange. It still seems like I've not really truly started the game at all. Visions of Light. And what is this supposed to be? This is just a big, empty room? Visions of Pointless. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Also, why is it curved so weirdly? Just looks weird. A primal bonfire was rekindled. What? Oh, right, it looks different, doesn't it? Wait, does it? No, it's just... I think the, like, weird sword thing that usually, like, sticks up in the bonfire is broken, isn't it? Huh. Return to the far fire, whatever that means. This is also just... This room is just weird. It also doesn't make any sense at all, right? If you consider this to be a cell of some sort, where this lost sinner was held for whatever reason, or they felt like they needed to atone for their sins, or whatever the fuck that was supposed to mean. Why would there be like another chamber behind it? And then yet another chamber that is just literally a... What's the word? Quadratic? No, wait. Actually need to... I needed that word... No, wouldn't it be quadratic? Is that the word that I'm looking for? Square. Right. Why didn't I remember that word? That was weird. Quadratically. You can say quadrate, quadratically, quadratic, squarish, or square. Yeah, square was the word that I was looking for. Fucking hell. But yeah, it's literally an empty square room. Without any... And once again, this is... Unfortunately, this kind of goes back to a couple of complaints that I had about Dark Souls 1, because, like, look at this room, right? We're going back to the boss room. I know it's pretty dark, but it has all this neat detail here, right? First of all, the wall actually looks like a proper castle wall. Then they actually opted to add in this, well, whatever this is supposed to be, right, at the edge. But it makes the floor and wall just connect in a much more sensible way, right? Then you actually have these weird things, which might be for the structure of the room, we don't know. And then there's also actually hanging cloth from the ceiling, and there are these shackles hanging from the ceiling, right? So this is, and there are shackles running through the room as well. So this is just overall fairly detailed, isn't it? Right? And then also the floor. The floor texture is pretty high res. It has these weird runes on it that could mean whatever, right? So overall, this is a very detailed room in terms of the game, right? And its visuals. And then you go through here. This is still fine. And then you enter this room, and it has like a horrible resolution on the wall texture. The wall texture is not properly connected to the floor, like, at all. I mean, look at this. It also has a completely different resolution to the floor texture. And then you go through here, and the floor texture, while still looking somewhat fine, is just repeated all over the place, and the wall texture looks just horrible. Also, there, again, no connection between the floor and the wall at all, and like, why? Just put this bonfire into the boss room and make it spawn or something. And then you don't need to do this, whatever the hell it is. Or you could have literally just not done this room at all and put the bonfire in here. Would have still been a lot better. I mean, I know that this is, like, to some people this might be like a very, very small thing. The reason is, so I'm not even really mad about this, right? I'm not saying that this is bad or that it puts down whatever I think about the game. It doesn't, right? I don't really care. Like, for my personal enjoyment, I don't really care. But weirdly enough, this does make me question some things. This is just weird to me, right? If you design a boss room that looks so detailed with good, good texture resolution and all that kind of stuff, why do you then, especially considering that it also actually looks pretty cool to go into the boss room, right? Like this dome-shaped building with the spike rocks looking out of the water and the moonlight shining in from above. Looks pretty cool. And then the primordial bonfire, whatever that is supposed to be, we still, at this point, obviously, I don't know. That suddenly exists in this weird place. Almost as if Dark Souls 1 sent over one of its rooms and it got, like, through some weird space-time conjunction, got attached to a Dark Souls 2 area, right? This is what this looks like. And I just don't really get it. Again, it's like most people maybe wouldn't even notice, right? You go here, you light the bonfire, and then you go away and never return to this place anyway, so who cares, right? But I'm just wondering, why make it this way? They could have literally just copied the boss room here. Right? They could have literally just copied the room and it would have made sense. Would have made sense because this is supposed to be some sort of cell. Why not have the same kind of cell behind it again, right? To imprison, I don't know, two different things or whatever, right? They could have literally just copied over the boss room and it would have looked better than this. So I'm really just wondering whatever went through the mind of the person who placed this here. Or maybe, I mean, I don't know, right? Maybe this is sort of a thing that happened when they upgraded it to PS4 and the Scholar of the First Sin edition. Maybe somebody went back and actually, went over the boss room and designed it to be better looking, but they didn't really touch this area. That might also be the case, right? So it could be that I'm sort of complaining about something that they, I don't know, didn't really have that much control over, or rather, didn't have the budget to do or whatever, but still, that's just weird. Alright, let's see, what does return to the far fire mean? Because that surely seems to be something special. Or not. So Majula is supposed to be the far fire, is it? Huh. Hey, I got one of those really powerful souls, apparently.
You have acquired the soul of the
Oh.
old one. That is more than most undead can say.
It was kind of easy, to be honest. Nothing more you have to say to that? Okay, sure.
Over the hill and past the forest, where a man peered straight at whatever came.
And the rest of the dialogue is just exactly the same, apparently. Well then, this is certainly interesting. I mean, if she doesn't even say something different, then I don't expect anybody else to say something different.
Life is a journey. Long ago, she...
Yeah.
May you find...
He's still saying the same thing. Now I'm sort of questioning myself again, considering how good the shield was in this boss fight. I wonder if it actually makes sense for me to switch over to the twin blade. Where is it anyway? Oh, this is it, right? Oh no, you can use it one-handed. I mean, you can also use it two-handed, which is fine. It actually looks awesome. Yeah, never mind. I'm still gonna go for that. Ooh, I didn't notice that before. It actually shows how it decreases your stats when you're using... Oh, that's neat. That's actually really cool that it shows that. God, your stats are really, really bad, right? Holy shit. What do I actually need to upgrade that? And, wait. Does it show the normal stats if I compare it like this? It does. It's a lot heavier though. Holy shit. So I would need to get 22 dexterity and then put a lot of points into vitality as well, right? What do I need to upgrade it? Can you even upgrade it? They're not saying anything new, right?
Rare or stone. Why, now, even you
Ooh, it needs petrified dragon bone to be upgraded. Well, that's unfortunate. I don't really know if I want to use that right away, to be completely honest. I mean, now that I've acquired this, like, especially powerful soul, maybe I should actually go back and take a look at a couple of other things.
Oh, hello again.
Also, I don't know, the lead up to that boss was kind of weird as well, right? With this whole way of, well, it's a separate area, and then there's this weird elevator, and then normal enemies in front of it, and then suddenly you enter another area that has, like, this dome-shaped building. I guess that part was pretty cool. But still, I mean, there are certainly a lot of problems with the later bosses in Dark Souls 1 as well, and the later areas. They mostly feel unfinished, right? But at the same time, they do still have this feeling of, oh yeah, I'm entering something really special here, right? I'm going up against some old primordial being. But here, it didn't feel like that at all. I was honestly pretty surprised that it even was. Like, I suspected it to be, what? Be wary of boss? The cat? I most certainly expected it to be, well, the end of area boss, right? It just made sense that it would be there, because the Bastille didn't really have any boss at all, and, you know, there had to be a boss at some point, I guess. But, that being said, though, this was just, I mean, underwhelming is certainly the word I would use, right?
Have you made friends with the man by the sea? He's lost everything. The only covenant you give, it might...
No new dialogue, unfortunately. Also, the items seemingly don't change, if I see that correctly. Wait, what? Why is my rank with the Way of Blue 1? How the fuck did that happen? Does it also increase when you defeat... shit, I should have checked that before defeating the boss, huh? I would have known whether or not it actually increased because I defeated a primordial being.
Nothing super.
Okay, let's check out what happened to the map, or whatever it is supposed to be in here. Still no change here. Well, now there's two fires, huh? Which is also just strange to me. So, the first fire, I think, appeared when I defeated the Pursuer. But the Pursuer didn't have any of the special things going on, right? There wasn't a primordial bonfire. There also wasn't any kind of special message when I defeated him. So I'm wondering, like, why was the Pursuer then counted as an additional flame, apparently, for this map? How does that make sense?
Even more flames have appeared. I don't know what causes it.
Well, I do know, but I can't tell you, unfortunately, for some reason.
Did you see a flame on the map? It wasn't there when I don't...
Same thing. He has the same dialogue, right? Nothing changed. I don't know. That just makes me feel weird. Weird is really the word that I would use so far to describe this game, because for some reason, it's exactly that, right? It's... Why is that so shiny all of a sudden? Because it invokes a kind of... what would be the correct adjective to use here? Like, it invokes... It's really, really interesting because on some level, it sort of invokes the feeling of this world truly being lost. Like, to the point where it's sort of stale, right? Which is interesting because that's, for example, a theme that's also present in 14, in Shadowbringers as well, where it's about light ether, and that light ether essentially brings life to a halt, right? Well, in 14, it's sort of explained on a, I guess, atom level, more or less. It completely halts all activity, right? So life cannot continue. Everything just becomes this white, meaningless, stale sand because, well, nothing can exist, right? Everything just halts. And somehow this world just invokes this feeling of being halted. Nothing ever really changes. These flames are really one of the only things that do actually change. So I really don't know how to put it. In a way, it's really awesome because it does, well, that's a hard feeling to, like, if you would try to invoke this feeling in a player, like on purpose, right, while you're designing a game, I think it would be really hard to come up with a thing that would actually invoke this feeling. But at the same time, though, I'm honestly not quite certain if that's the intended thing. If they truly intended this to be sort of a world in a weird in-between state, right? If that was the intention behind it. I don't really know if that's what they were really going for, because there's a couple of things that sort of, or rather, the things that make me feel this way are things that feel more like an oversight or sort of bad game design rather than something they did on purpose. Maybe I'm completely wrong there, but I honestly don't really know what to make of this. Like, the game in and of itself at this point. So nothing changed here. Before I level, I actually want to go back to the sorcerer and maybe check out what I can get for the soul that I just got. If there's... Oh. Yeah, I never noticed before that this is called the Far Fire. Was it always called that? I guess it probably was. Interestingly enough, you can't fast travel to the primordial bonfire for some reason. Because it's somehow broken, apparently. I wonder if things in the world changed. And then I'm also really confused because there are still doors that I can't open, right? In the Lost Bastille and in other places, and I really don't know what to make of that. Right, let's see. So that's from the Dragon Rider. I already got the Twin Blade. Pursuer's Great Shield, Dragon Rider Great Shield, Pursuer's Ultra Great Sword. And these 4 weapons? This is from the Last Giant. Flexel Sentry. Pursuer. He doesn't actually, so I need to find another NPC for the boss soul that I just got, I guess. What was the rest that he sells? Right, the ring that increases intelligence. I could buy that. I mean, I have more than enough souls, but... Extends length of spell effects. I kind of would have liked to go for like sorceries, but I don't know. It's locked. Why is this locked? What? What's going on? Where the fuck is the key for this? That's really tripping me up. Well, if I can't buy another weapon, I'll level dexterity to 22. I don't think that I'll immediately switch over to the weapon because it's probably weaker than the mace that I currently use. Oh right, and I would need to level... Okay, let me see. So let's put points into dexterity until I'm 22. And then... Wait. Okay, before I do that. Just to double check, because I don't want to make... Like, I don't want to level dexterity too much if I don't have to. So the Dragon Rider Twin Blades, of course it doesn't tell you here. What the fuck? Yes, it requires 22 dexterity. It scales off of dexterity more than strength. Although... Influence of intelligence on magic attack. Yeah, well, that's kind of a problem, right? If I want to use this thing, then I would have to level both intelligence and dexterity in order to increase my attack. I mean, in a way that might be kind of cool. Might make me a more intelligent character down the line. Whatever. Let me go for 22 dexterity, and then I probably need to increase vitality by like a lot. Because I need a lot more equipment load to be able to comfortably use the weapon. At least if I want to stay with this... yeah, I kind of want to stay with the same outfit, I think, for now. The only thing I could look at maybe would be... let me see, but I think I looked at this at one point. If there was a better... like helmet or something that would weigh less. Oh, these are actually really good. Huh. This is really, really good. It has more... wait, that's poise, right? Yeah. I don't really know how important that might be. Royal Swordsman Helm. Did I ever read that description? I think I did, right? Shape provides defense while allowing great mobility. Stripped of ornamentation, this particular helm is designed strictly for battle. King Vendrick supplied his bravest men with the best armor available to face the great giants, but very few returned alive. Once again, why are they in the Lost Bastille mainly? Shouldn't they then be... I mean, they also exist in the... wait, do they? I don't know. The enemy placement seems kind of weird as well, and sometimes doesn't really align... or at least it feels like it doesn't really align with the descriptions, because enemies are sort of placed all over the place. A lot of the sort of samey enemies appear in all kinds of different levels. So it's not quite clear where they actually belong, to be completely honest. Yeah, so this is just straight up better, right? The Varangian Helm. Cost and blah blah. It only weighs slightly more than what I'm currently wearing, but it's better in pretty much every regard. What was this? The Night Helm. It's actually got a lot more defense in a lot of places. And then, do I have something better here? Not really. I didn't upgrade the other helmet though, right? No. I think it would say so, right? Yeah. Which is also kind of a weird thing, right? That you You can upgrade your stuff, but it's still not quite clear how useful that really is. I do want to stick with the leather stuff though, I think, just because it doesn't weigh that much. That's probably better. I mean, this is much better, obviously, but then if I want to use the other weapon, it's probably really difficult to use it at all if I wear heavy stuff like this. Jungle Egg leggings. I mean, these are really good. That's kind of ridiculous, right? That's more than double the amount of defense. For 7.6? I mean, I guess that depends how quickly you can actually increase equipment load. Though then again, I only have 11 points in Vitality currently. It doesn't really seem like that would be too bad. This helmet. I kind of wish I would have like a very cool looking, like a Fashion Souls thing going on, right? But this is just the best that I can do right now, unfortunately. Right, so let me use the, where is it? This one. That should be enough to get another level. 1.1 here. Okay, so now I could technically use this one, but I would be at 90.8% equipment load. That's a bit much. So I guess Vitality is what we're going for. I don't know. I just feel weird. I can't really explain it. It sort of, it feels so weird. Now apparently I went through this whole area, but at the same time I feel like it didn't really do anything because the boss was defeated so easily as well. It's strange. I mean, I'm certainly missing a bunch of stuff still, right? So let me actually go back here and see. Well, first of all, I don't know. It feels weird that, for example, this primordial bonfire, it returns you to Majula, but you can't actually travel to it. So it is certainly special in a way, but at the same time it's also, it doesn't really do anything, to be completely honest, right? And then, yeah, Wait, so how did this work exactly? So I went to this place already, right? Yeah, this is where I fought the Pursuer and I got something out of it, I think. And then there's this area here that I also did. I don't think that I'm missing anything down there. There are certainly items that I missed here, which is, I'm actually missing a bunch of stuff in a bunch of areas at this point in time, I feel like. Which is a bit weird, because I'm not quite sure whether or not I actually missed stuff. Or if I've overlooked something else. Maybe there's something else entirely to all these things. So I went back up there already. Right? I mean, there could literally be something like really special with a couple of these items that I just didn't really get how they would work or why they would exist like that, or... Oh, what the fuck? Why are you doing more damage than the boss I just fought? Wait, is my fire resistance that bad? Royal Swordsman gloves. I think they're also new, right? Come down here, you freaking idiot. Of course. And now he... What the hell was that? Oh. I completely forgot that he could... Like, he literally threw 3 or 4 fireballs, like really big looking fireballs, into this general area, and these things did not explode. But of course, when he hits barrels that apparently contain oil or something with a freaking scythe, at that point they explode. Yeah, that makes sense. Of course it makes sense. And now again a message with an illusionary wall that doesn't actually exist. What's with these weird messages? Why did people decide to put so many fake messages into Dark Souls 2? I don't get it. Let's use the branch here. I don't know if it's really useful, but I don't really know where else I would use it anyway. Can I just kill you? No, of course I have to wait for the weird animation to end. I would have laughed at it would still have required a key. I don't even really... Whoa, there's actually a couple of enemies in here. Whoa! That's a lot of enemies! Certainly interesting. Why? Ooh, I actually got lucky that I wasn't hit there. Ugh, for fuck's sake. I did that really, really poorly. Although that is still something that I find weird in Dark Souls 2, that you can't hit them at once, right? In Dark Souls 1, that would have hit, like, if I would have done just this in Dark Souls 1, it would have definitely hit multiple enemies. So it's kind of weird that they can sort of if enemy hitboxes overlap, apparently in this game that means that you only hit 1. Sometimes you get lucky and you hit 2. Maybe that's also something to do with the maze, because you have kind of a narrow attack, but I'm really not sure why it works this way. How many of you guys are in here? I could probably just use life gems, although then again... Where did I go? Why? What? Okay, first of all, the lighting in here is really bad. Why? Why is it getting so bright all of a sudden? That's weird. What is this place? Why is there just a ton of enemies in here? What? Where the hell am I? I mean, this is a new area, right? I hope. It looks very similar to the other area. I mean, there has to be a point of entering this, right? Weird. Well, I mean, at least there is an item here. Guess let's go over here first. You can actually light something here. Is there a fire close by? I guess I could just take something from the bonfire? Although, can I actually go back there? Isn't my path blocked? Wait, is it? No, it isn't. I can jump over here. Let's actually do that. I don't know. If you can take fire there, why not just do it, right? Oh wait, or is this... this path might be blocked, huh? Yeah. Why? Why would you block the path back to this bonfire? The door's closed anyway. If you haven't, like, entered the area from this bonfire. Here. Sure. I feel like 99% of messages in Dark Souls, well, not 99%, but certainly like 80% of messages in Dark Souls 2 are either completely useless or just troll messages for some reason. And I don't know why that is. I mean, I guess I could take the fire from here. Why did that still hit me? What the fuck? This is ridiculous that it doesn't explode. Doesn't make any sense at all. Okay. Let's light the torch. Go back there. This is also rather complicated. I don't know. Yeah, this whole torch system is certainly weird. Again, I know I'm completely overusing that word, but it just feels so strange. Right? First of all, it's kind of complicated to getting fire in here in the first place, because you certainly wouldn't necessarily enter this place with a torch already lit. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, I feel like. Or rather, it's just very unlikely that you would do that. But then, there sort of isn't really any point to... Like, what's the point of lighting this at all? I mean, it's cool that you can do it, but yeah. Weird. Let's see where this leads. At least this area seems to be quite expansive, in a way. What the hell am I now? Oh! There's a... what? Huh. Well, that didn't really help me, right? To enter this place from the other side. closed off cells again. Why is there a fog door? Is there literally like another boss enemy here? It seems to be the case, huh? Wrath of Dwarf. Wait. The fuck? Well, before I enter this, though, I definitely want to check out... Well, first of all, I want to open this area. This would be a really annoying run back to the boss, though. I wonder where this door leads. Maybe it doesn't lead anywhere in particular. So let's go back up here. There wasn't really any other path here, though, right? You can just enter this. It's also interesting that there are these like huge steel window things. And since there's only one, I'd say this probably stays permanently open. So I mean, with the amount of enemies in here, it's probably really annoying, if that is a boss, to run back here. But at the same time, you might just be able to run past them, I don't know. What's this weird sound? Oh, it's probably loading in a dead body or something. Okay. If there is a boss, that would be really interesting that you need to have like a fragrant bench of yore, though. What? Is this supposed to be a trap? Is this literally like a fake door? It is, isn't it? What? Finally a door that I can open and it just leads to nothing? What is going on here? What did they do with this area? Like, seriously? What? Huh. I mean, I guess let's check out the fog door. I don't have that many souls, so... Not a big deal if I lose. Whoa! Aha! So this is where they went, I guess. Ooh, that was... I wonder if they revive at some point. Whoa! What the fuck? Okay, I did not expect that to happen. What the hell? That was kind of awesome. Also kind of weird. Oh shit. Well, now the locking on part is obviously really annoying. Well, that certainly took away a lot of my health. Fuck! Fuck! Oh, every time I heal... From here. Nope. Well, now it should be... That does take away all of their stamina, doesn't it? What? Didn't expect it to attack twice. Huh. Ruined Sentinel Soul. That's a lot of souls. Holy shit. Well, I guess I used a ton of healing items this time around, but I still one-shot it. Huh. The weird thing also is that most of the bosses in this game so far have had almost the exact same design. The only thing they changed up here was obviously, well, there was 3 of them. And I didn't expect them to be able to jump up there. That was strange. So there actually was another boss here. I wonder what other secrets, other areas hide then. Because I certainly didn't expect this. I sort of expected to be just some kind of side area, maybe with like 1 or 2 really special items or something. But this was certainly unexpected. I mean, the life gems are certainly kind of overpowered, aren't they? Then again, it was also a very easy boss. I think I made it a lot more complicated than it needed to be. I guess this is the door that I stood in front of, right? So now I know where it leads. Huh, it's kind of cool. But yeah, I wasn't really exactly sure if I should lock on or I shouldn't lock on. Also, I just didn't expect to have to fight both of them at the same time all of a sudden. It was also, like, it was really, really strange since I fought the first one up there, and the other 2 just didn't really do anything and just let me kill him. And then when I killed him, then they jumped up to me. Which is also an interesting decision. Huh. And then there isn't even really anything here. Did they drop a soul? They did. Ruined Sentinel Soul. A creation of the Jailer. Have we heard about the Jailer at this point? I don't think we have. The Ruined Sentinel has no corporeal form. It is only an empty soul that haunts the armor. Use the special soul of the... Okay. Well, that's... The description is even more underwhelming than the fight itself. What the fuck is going on here? Were these the 3 weird things that I found, like, that I saw flying to this castle, though? I wonder if this boss would have been here. I mean, I definitely saw 3 beings that very much looked like these guys fly over here. And since there is a big hole in the ceiling... But what would have been here had I not continued through the area? Would this boss just not have been here? Or, would it just not have shown the boss to me? What is this weird overhang? What? What are they going on about with a dwarf? Wait, does this just... This just leads back up to the room. Is that supposed to insinuate that the whoever was that skeleton tried to escape by climbing through the door and then got stuck and just died like that? Because it very much looks like that. Misfortune, yeah, that is what it looks like. Although there are also enemies there for some reason. I can't jump that. Can I? I don't want to die. Would that kill me? I don't really know. Wait, why? Are you really supposed to jump over there? That seems kind of weird. I mean, these are very small cells, though. Of course. I guess now he's dead, huh? I certainly did not expect there to be so much area left. There is another bonfire? What? What is that? What is going on? Where the hell am I anyway? Are you attacking me? What are you? What is that? Oh, it's an actual enemy. What? Well, I mean, I do appreciate that a lot of these areas, I mean, look at this. There's even wherever this leads. I do appreciate that a lot of these areas actually do seem to have quite a lot of sort of mysteries in them. Certainly a lot less straightforward. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. A lot less straightforward than in Dark Souls 1. In Dark Souls 1, I mean, the areas, I wouldn't necessarily say, the game certainly isn't linear, right? It isn't by any stretch of the imagination, but any kind of given area in Dark Souls 1 felt overall fairly easy to traverse. Like, I never had a feeling of actually being sort of, well, stuck. In general, I wasn't stuck. Where does this lead? You know what? I'll probably should take my souls back to Majula at first. So let me... It's also interesting lighting. What kind of weird bug? Are you actually supposed to attack it? Maybe there's a way to get up there? But yeah, the Dark Souls 1 areas felt a lot more, well, linear isn't the right word, but somehow I felt like in Dark Souls 1, it was a lot easier to sort of be done with an area, right? There were certainly secrets, and there were definitely things to uncover and items to find. But it felt like it was a lot more straightforward, whereas here, there are actually quite a lot of things that I just still haven't found, right? Or paths that I know exist, but I don't know how to get to them, right? Or literally things like the petrified things blocking your way, right? It's really cool that they have these things in the game. Like, they have these, well, they're not really secrets, are they? But they're certainly something that make the game a lot less linear to play through, because you you're constantly wondering whether or not you should go back and check out other areas, right? And if there are potentially things there that you might want to find or whatever. 64 still won't be enough, right? Because that's an increase of what, like 8? But the weapon weighs, I think, 14 more than my current one. Let's see. 80.2. Yeah. So if I equip that, I can now use it properly. But I'm fat rolling. I mean, my trusty mace has helped me all through everything that we've done so far, so I'm not really too worried. Let me see, I could probably... How much do I have? 4,000? How much is this? 2,000. How much do I need? 8.5. 8.9. Yeah, let's just use that and level another level. Still can't use that for whatever reason. I also don't remember if there was a place where I could use the Ferrous Lockstone, and I need to actually exchange the smooth and silky stones. Some point. Wait, so I do wonder how much vitality I actually need. 65.5, probably like 22 as well, something around that. Whoopsie. 78.4. Well, the problem is that it's percentage based of my max equipment load, right? So even though I increase my equipment load by 1.5, it... Well, no, it does... I get diminishing returns, right? Since if I increase it by another 1.5, the percentage that it should decrease by less of a percent, right? Because the overall value is more. Yeah. Ah, whatever. I'll get to it at some point. I'm not really concerned by that because I'm one-shotting literally all the bosses, so yeah. I don't really need to invest in higher stats at this point. Although, I still feel like that's going to bite me in the ass at some point. I have a feeling that I'm slowly walking towards a point where I might just be completely underleveled for a certain boss or a certain other kind of area. And it'll hit me completely out of the blue and I'll be completely unprepared for that. But, yeah, I don't know. See, why is this another area? If this bonfire now belongs to here for some reason? I mean, it obviously makes sense that it does. Servants' quarters. Okay. So I can go down, I can go up, and I can do, well, potentially something with that weird butterfly, whatever that is supposed to be. Okay. Didn't I open this door already? It's so weird to me that these doors get closed again. I have a feeling something else is going to attack me. Where the fuck does that lead? Where am I anyway? So over there, where the torch is burning, right? Or the fire is burning, whatever. That's where the elevator is. Huh. The layout of this place is surely something. Where the fuck did you come from? What the hell? They're sneaky. At least I heard him. Finally. Finally, I get this frickin' item. Alright, I mean, this now is pretty cool, actually. Because either if you know that, or if you for some reason, like... So, for example, in No Man's Wharf, right? Before you actually enter No Man's Wharf, when you're coming from Heights Tower, there is a statue there, right? And I used the branch of the Yor on that statue, and it led me to, I think it got me like a new, what's it called? I think it got me a new set of gear. But that was pretty much it, right? So technically, let's just hypothetically say I would have saved the branch of Yor, right? And I would have gone to this place, and I would have, well, used the branch right away on that particular statue. I would have potentially done this area much sooner and found this key much sooner before even going to all of the other places, right? So that's really, really interesting. I do really like the sort of non-linear design that they went for in Dark Souls 2. It's a lot more interesting in terms of the level design and places that you can visit compared to Dark Souls 1, and also compared to the other FromSoft games, to be completely honest. But at the same time, I don't know. I wonder whether or not, because they went with this more non-linear structure, that they then felt the need to maybe not make enemies as strong, or bosses as strong, because there is a very like unforeseeable way of how you're approaching these things, right? Because like, let's actually think about this. Most of the areas that I've uncovered so far, I've actually done, well, I've done them in the same way that they appear in the bonfire menu, right? That's because I just felt like that made sense, and it sort of brought a little bit of sense into the chaos that was all of these levels, right? Because there are quite a few levels that you can just access right from the beginning of the game. And I honestly was kind of overwhelmed as to where I should go. Again, in Dark Souls 1, even though Firelink Shrine does have a lot of branching paths, they nudge you very clearly into a specific direction. And also the enemy placement very clearly wants you to go into a specific direction as well. But here in Dark Souls 2, even though I've played for over 30 hours now, most of the enemies are actually sort of the same or on the same power level, right? And I wonder if that's why most of these bosses don't feel that hard or challenging, because maybe they went with this more non-linear design where you actually can approach everything at sort of any given point, but it just forced them to sort of put like lower enemy difficulty. But that's the strange thing, because then sometimes the pursuer appears, and sometimes you have like weird interactions, like the boss. What is it called? Whatever, the weird enemy that is two people in one with the 4 weapons. Suddenly that appears in the water, and you're sort of asking yourself, well, why is this here? Or maybe I wasn't meant to actually defeat it. Maybe it's literally just there to bar your path to the boss or something. I honestly don't know. Did I actually take that ladder at some point? Or is that yet another area I haven't been to yet? Wait, is that a bonfire over there? What? Wait, that is a bonfire. Have I been there? I don't think I have, right? Or maybe I have. What the fuck? I'm more confused by the minute. Alright, let me see here. The key description is what I wanted to read. Bastille. Open cells of the Lost Bastille. Long ago, a Bastille lord, driven to desperation by the rapid spread of curse across the land, began to see each subject as a carrier of the blight and locked them away in droves. His entire Bastille was turned into a prison and left abandoned to rot with its prisoners. We heard about that at some point, right? It doesn't actually... The weird thing is, right, that these guys are here as well. Maybe they were already sort of part of the curse or something? Just seems weird to me that they would be, they would have been still here, right? Wouldn't they have also left the place? Maybe? I'm still completely taken aback by the fact that there is so much here. And it hasn't once looped back to our original level. Which I also thought that it would do at some point. Is there like a dragon here? So I guess I didn't defeat those guys? Or maybe I just defeated what they were carrying? Why are they flying like that? Or I meant to get over there. That's interesting. Why? I certainly won't try jumping down there. Well, this does loop back. Okay. Okay, there's an item here. 3 flame butterflies. And then there has to be a way to get there. So that's... I have definitely been there. That's kind of interesting. Wonder where that guy's running to. So I guess at least I found one path? What? How did you get here so fast? Wait, you're the guy that was on the roof back there? I guess that building does connect back here. Huh. I also shouldn't forget, I mean, if this continues, you know what, maybe I should actually... Maybe I should actually check out where this ladder goes. And then this weird butterfly for some reason. Wait, maybe this leads to the other area with the ladder? Oh, never mind. This is just a secret room. Whoa! This guy's back. More annoying than ever. Ooh, that was lucky. But now I'm a lot stronger. Shit. And a lot stupider, apparently. Oh yeah, you can just literally stand behind him while he does that. Well, that's underwhelming. What the fuck? Whoa. You certainly should have known about that beforehand, huh? Okay. Holy shit. Yeah, I did not expect him to appear in a room like this. Priest's chime. What the hell? Wait, let me check. So, I got... Where is it? What is this weird sound? I think one of the things that he summoned got stuck in the wall or something. Oh, it's probably a weapon as well, right? So I got the large club. Not an elegant weapon by any means, but a beastly thing with plenty of weight to easily break a shielded defense. Okay, and then I also got the priest's chime. Sacred chime granted to high-ranking clerics, a catalyst for miracles and hexes. Drangleic was the home of many clerics, but King Vendrick held a lukewarm opinion of their powers and kept them only as attendants to ceremony. In this sense, Drangleic was not the place for a cleric with any ambition. Why does that exist here? And when did I get the bone staff, by the way? Well, I mean, I have one more of these, so why not insert it? Like, I honestly have a feeling that whenever I reach the end of this game, or whatever, you actually need to go back through all of the levels and, I don't know, I guess, try to figure out if there are, in fact, other ways. What the fuck is going on? Why is there... What? Why is there yet another level here? Behind one of these secret doors, no less. Wait, this is, like, very close to the bonfire, though. I completely forgot about that, right? It is. Yeah. I think the sound effect just got stuck. For some reason. Well, I can always return to that place, I guess. This is just... At this point, I'm just really, really, really blown away by just purely how many weird connections there are in this game to other levels, and they suddenly appear out of nowhere. I mean, I really appreciate them going for a lot more sort of secrets, in a way. I mean, I guess, again, Dark Souls 1 still has a lot of secrets, obviously, right? But at the same time, bye-bye. It literally blew up the entire thing, holy shit. And see, this guy has a flame, but is still... He's still running after me. Interesting piece in the air. But yeah, I do like the way they've designed the... Oh, what? Try rolling, but are you ready? Why does... I just wanted to talk about how inconsistent it is that this enemy has a flame inside its stomach and is still attacking me, right? Where previously that seemed to be something that was indicating that the enemy was not attacking you. And I was speculating whether or not the flame, I don't know, was indicating that they still had some soul left in their body or something, right? Well, apparently it doesn't mean anything at all. Which... yeah, that's disappointing, to be honest. Where does this lead, then? Have I been here? I wonder. Also, now I need to... What? The spirit of that other guy also tried that. What? Okay. Yet another fake thing. But yeah, there are some inconsistencies. This barrel as well. Why does this barrel explode when you roll into it? It just seems random. I wonder if that's on purpose or if that's a bug. Like, typically I would say that this is a bug, but considering all of the kind of traps and weird fake-outs that Dark Souls 2 does, it almost feels like things like that might be on purpose. Oh! Huh. It does open after a while for some reason. Wait, but what's with the guy that was on the roof? How did he... What? So this is the... That's the roof down there, right? And I saw the guy on that roof get up and run to me on the other side of the roof. How was he doing that? Maybe he fell like through the ceiling or something? Because this place was shut off, right? So he must have come from there. I guess. It gets like weirder and weirder. I really don't know what to make of this. Have I been here? I feel like I've been here. Pretty sure that I've been here, yeah. Alright, so now the level finally looped back, which is cool, I guess. There you are. Right, okay, now I know where I am. So there is this, this was a fake door somehow, right? Or not a fake door, but rather a wall that moved. And yeah, I've been here before, I just obviously couldn't get through here. Which makes me even more confused as to why the other guy was able to run towards me. All these weird messages, I don't know. Maybe it's because the game itself tries to troll you so much, so people will feel the need to throw in a couple more messages like that as well. Wait, this is literally a dead end, though. So how are you supposed to get down? Did I maybe miss something at some point? Let me see if I go... Sometimes also really confusing when you're changing direction this much, right? It's really confusing if you're actually going into the right direction. See, there's another item there. I have a feeling I should be able to get to that somehow. I've been there before. Actually, I've never never lit up that thing. So this is just a guy. I have a feeling that I'm missing a way to get over there. He's still here? Aha! Petrified dragon bone. What was this? I think I found one of those at some point. Reinforces special equipment. Okay, well that's cool. Also, let me talk to you for a second. Twisted soul, huh? Ruined Sentinel Soul. Gives you a heavy homing soul arrow? Okay. Seems a bit underwhelming, since it doesn't really, like... I mean, the soul arrows in and of themselves are existent as sort of normal things anyway, right? Wait, what? What? Huh? Well, this is not at all what I was expecting. Alright, now I'm even more confused. How the fuck am I supposed to go down there? I mean, there seems to be an entrance over there. Okay, so I was using the key to only get those items, and then you can just drop down here again. Why? It makes you even more confused. Hi. Hey, you are the enemy that was... I think he's the enemy that was shooting at me right at the start of the whole level, right? Well, this seems to be the place to come back in, though. And I'm still really confused. Like, how did that other guy on the roof run to me? How did he do that? Because it honestly doesn't feel like you can actually go to this roof thing here. So either I'm missing something really obvious. What is going on here? Also, what's with the flying things? They just appeared like twice or three times flying over me, and then they just didn't exist anymore. Can't go up here though. There's definitely nothing over here either. I mean, there's that ladder over there, right? How the fuck am I supposed to get to that room? It's literally on the same level as that whole thing. That's what's really confusing me about this whole thing. This level design, man. I really don't know what to make of it. In a way, it's really cool, but at the same time, you're also just, I don't know, running around aimlessly for a very long time. Shouldn't it be... Oh, wait. Ooh, so that's how he got to me. I see. So he literally just climbed up here and then ran to me. Alright, that makes sense now. The problem is that it doesn't tell me how I'm supposed to get down there. Are you supposed to just, like, jump over there, maybe? That's way too far to be able to actually jump. But, I mean, this window makes it seem like you should just be able to get back in here, then? So that's a way to get back to where you were before, basically. But, I mean... Maybe if you... I don't really want to drop down, though. You could probably try to jump over from there, right? Freaking dogs. Nope! Of course that didn't work. And now I'm like at a completely different location. Fuck. There is no way to get back up there, right? At least not quickly. Wait, where am I anyway? This is where the other pursuer guy could technically be. If I go... So I should be able to get back to where I was. Seriously. Yeah, of course I wanted to... What are you doing? I honestly think that there has to be something wrong with the AI, right? I don't know. They sometimes seem incredibly clever, and then they sometimes do incredibly stupid stuff. But most of all, they're really inconsistent. And I wonder why that is. Alright, that was the other secret room with the ninja up top. Wait, what is actually the fastest way for me to get back to where I was? Do I really have to go through here? Oh, for fuck's sake, I have to run around, don't I? Because that just gets me back to... Well, I guess I could literally just run back to the original entrance where the petrified statue was. I think. That's a long way back, though. Wait, no. This area should actually get me to the elevator, right? If I remember correctly. Just have to defeat the ninja guy. Shouldn't be a big deal overall, but you never know. Yeah. Okay. There was a bunch of secrets here. That's the elevator. That's actually where I want to go, correct? It's just another treasure chest. Did I ever check out where this part leads? Wait, did I? Yeah, I definitely ran through here at some point. Ooh, right. This is to get back to him. Without being seen, and without him kicking down the barrel. Okay. I remember now. And so if I take the elevator, that should actually get me back to where I was, correct? Oh boy! These levels can be quite confusing, all things considered. Right. So... if I want to go back where I tried to... So I'm not quite sure if you're actually meant to jump on the roof like that, but I don't really see any other way, right? Because I mean, this clearly leads back up here. I think I was just a bit unlucky. I don't know, the jump is weird in Dark Souls 2 anyway. Because I think it's somehow sort of context dependent. But I mean, this should be possible. It's just weird. If if I roll from here, then it probably doesn't work, right? Oh yeah, alright, it does work. Nice. All of that backtracking just for one... Seriously. Oh, whatever. At least now that it's, you know, now the item isn't bothering me anymore. Okay. So, I've checked out all of here. Is there a way for me to attack that butterfly? I mean, I don't really have to, right? It's right next to the bonfire. It's not really a big deal. Alright, technically... Technically, I've actually seen most of this area, but there's still... Yeah, I ran into the wrong direction. There's still one item left that I wasn't quite sure how to get. Which is... let's see here. Over here, right? Is there still one of them alive? Oh, yeah, there is. Ooh. That was actually really close. He almost wanted to kill himself, or rather explode. He didn't actually... He doesn't really kill himself, does he? So what does that weird door... Like, what purpose does it serve? How do you get down there? What? There's no way to jump down here. That almost looks like you might be able to sort of get over there. That almost looks like a staircase, doesn't it? That would maybe lead to that place. And then you might be able to like loop all the way around and go back in here. Because this door certainly doesn't do it, right? I mean, this doesn't help. Doesn't really let you jump onto anything. I don't think. No. That will never work. So there has to be some other way, then. Okay, I guess let's check out the new area, then. I'm still missing a couple of doors that you should be able to open as well. I have absolutely no freaking clue where they were, though, so... that might take a bit. See, I don't really know what to make of this. It's actually really, really... Like, the fact that they've included these secrets is really cool in a way. But the amount of backtracking that you have to do, and just sort of aimlessly running around through these areas... I don't really know about that. I mean, in a way, I guess they could have probably... Well, the sound is still there. Interesting. In a way, they could have probably... What was it that I was going to say? I mean... I guess the biggest problem about all of this is that you are very, very rarely actually finding something of worth as well. There's supposed to be Dark Spirit here. What the fuck is going on here? What the hell? Who are you and what happened to your friends?
I'm dead! I'm dead! King Ransom Bell! Great bell of Arkin.
Wait.
The bell belongs to the princess, it do. Stay back and we slice you to bits. In my chunks, we shall be
Is it just me, or is he a lot quieter than the other people?
A long, long, long time ago, the princess she made me. Yes, just like so.
Okay.
To guard this bell for the prince's honor. Stay away, foul undead, or you'll be a goner.
What the fuck is happening here?
It belongs to the princess, it do.
First of all, what kind of bell are you talking about? Second of all, the prince made you, and like you've been sitting here while all of your colleagues are dead, or what? The fuck?
You wish to guard the bell, you do. For the prince and the princess forever. For true.
No, you can do that. I'm good. Ooh, abandon your covenant and join the Bellkeeper Covenant. I mean, sure. Whatever that means.
For you.
Bellkeeper Seal.
When you're round the bell, you'll be brought near. When the bell is in trouble, the ring brings you here.
Wait!
Slice, whoever they are, whoever, be they near, be they far. Slice them to pieces for the princess.
What's going on with him? What covenant did I just join? What the fuck? Stop laughing! Oh.
The bell of the princess. In then, the bell of the prince.
Oh.
Yes! Tear him to shreds, tear him to bits. Gather around and ring the bell swift. We've been ringing this bell forever, we have.
The bell of a prince and the bell of the princess. So the weird thing is that the only bells we really know about are the ones in Dark Souls 1, right? Weirdly enough, there's also 2 of them. I don't know if it actually has anything to do with that, but huh. Bellkeeper Seal. Ring for the Bellkeeper Covenant. Join this covenant and wear this ring to be automatically summoned to the world of an invader of the Bellkeeper's domain. The twin bells symbolize the bond between two lovers who could never be united. The Bellkeepers are their eternal guardians, for that is their love, that is their curse. What is that supposed to mean? Automatically summoned to the world of an invader of the Bellkeeper's domain. So, does that mean that you can invade the Bellkeeper's domain, or what? Why are they all dead? Why did they try to throw the dead in there, or were the dead thrown out of there? Just can't go here with this tiny step. Visions of Dwarf. Ensure try beating to a pulp. Wait, are you real? Why do you look so weird? Bellkeeper Shield. Why did he look... He almost looked like a phantom too, didn't he? Skeptic's Spice. Is that a new item, or did I have that before? God, I hate that they don't... Oh, that's the Skeptic Spice. Lowest required faith by 1 for chosen spell. Okay. And then I got a shield from the little guy, I think. Bellkeeper shield. A wooden parma issued to bellkeepers, very light and requiring hardly any strength. The bells symbolize forbidden love. The bellkeepers, their faithful guardians, ever ready to annihilate trespassers. They will stand watch forever and ever, these determined if ill-fated marionettes. I really don't know what to make of them. Also, if you join the Covenant, why the fuck would they attack you? I kind of want to drop down there, but there might be another way to get there. Although, well... Probably not, right? Oh, that was underwhelming. Yet another thing that's just strange to me is the amount of fall damage that you take has a weird scaling on it. Blue Tearstone Ring. This one. I think I had this in Dark Souls 1, actually. A ring set with a rare Tearstone reacts when the wearer is in danger, temporarily increasing its wearer's defense. Kaitha, goddess of tears, mourns those who have lost loved ones by shedding pure tears of blue. It is said that the stone set in this ring is one such tear. Yeah, that's not really useful at all, I think. I don't know. I mean, if the defense increase is incredibly high, then maybe, but I don't know. Another Skeptic Spice. Huh. So I guess there has to be a bell here at some point? Why? Is that another fog door? What the fuck? Don't tell me there's yet another boss in here. Why do they look so weird? Why do they look so blue? As if they're not really from this world. Whoa! Hey! What are you doing? Just because you're small? Whoa! Did that just hit me? That was weird. Oh. Is there a fog door? Even a fog door like behind. Sniper ahead, therefore try jump attack. I guess I have to open that somehow? Also, why is this considered another area? That's what's most confusing me. I mean, it is... Whoa! What the fuck? Oh shit, that wasn't good. I guess that's what he was talking about. Okay, well that's annoying. There's like literally 3 of them. Can you please just jump down to me? He's trying. He's literally trying. What does he have in his hand? Well, this is going to be annoying, isn't it? Can they climb? And what is wrong with his AI? What is he doing? What's going on? Is he sort of... Oh, I think he tried to move back to a position where he could hit me with a bow? Maybe that's it? Oh wait, yeah, he did. I think he's trying to actually run away from me or something. They also, I mean, they... You know what? I guess they're actually supposed to be summoned, right? If the ring says that they're summoned to the bell to protect it, right? Then I guess all of them are sort of summoned? Another skeptic spies. Interesting. But yeah, that's probably why they look like that, right? Because they're like summoned phantoms? Huh. Weird, okay. I guess this... I have a feeling this also rings the bell, wherever that is. Oh, there it is. Whoopsie. But it probably also opens the door next to the clock gate? Huh. Cool. Yeah, it does. Okay. At least it probably does, right? Yes. I mean, I could just use a homeward bone if it is a boss. What the f... Okay, I'm not doing that right now. What the f... Okay, now I... Yes. So I was actually right in my assumption. The two bells in Dark Souls 1 are the bells that they're talking about. Okay. Okay. So... But didn't... Well, I mean, we know that time is warping weirdly in these games, right? Time is doing all kinds of funky stuff in Dark Souls. So I guess that technically we can't really say whether or not Dark Souls 1 takes place before or after Dark Souls 2, right? Because technically it can be both. Right? In a way? Now, having said that though, does that mean... Well, what does this mean? Does it mean that the pieces of... So that's literally the area from Dark Souls 1. That's literally, it's the same boss, which I don't know if I like that or not. It's the same boss, it's the same area, it's the same rooftop basically. It's even the same door that you enter through. I'm just confused as to whether or not that's, well, is, I guess, everything that exists in Dark Souls 1, the whole castle, right, that you're going through, the Undead Burg. So you're going through Undead Burg, right? And then from there, you get to that rooftop and fight the gargoyles. But I think that the layout of Undead Burg is very, very different in Dark Souls 1, right? So it's literally just a rooftop with a bell. But why are the two bells even existing in Dark Souls 1 then? Aren't they, like in Dark Souls 1, the two bells are mainly sort of used to indicate that you are the chosen undead, right? Isn't that sort of their purpose? At least it's portrayed that way, where basically you being able to ring them just symbolizes that you're able to ultimately defeat the Lords of Cinda, I guess they're called, right? Are they called that? Like the bosses that appear later throughout the game, right? But what does it mean that this exists here? Also, the bell is at a completely different point, right? I think. Wait, is it? Maybe you're actually just going backwards through it? Okay, let me return to Majula. Oh boy. Alright, the problem that I have right now is that there is so much that you still that I still need to figure out, because there's literally, I think there's at least 2 more closed doors in the Bastille that I need to get to. Well, and now there's another boss that I can defeat. I actually don't like that Bell Covenant. That seems weird to me. I want back to my old one. Not that it really does anything, but I just want to. Hi there.
Oh, you do have the time.
Yes.
Satisfied? I'll be...
Okay. Also, and I think I said that. I think I said that before as well. I feel it's really unfortunate that the Covenants are just purely for PvP. Especially considering that I'm not even able to use the blue cracked orbs, or whatever they're called, blue cracked eye orbs. Something like that. Yes.
May you find peace.
I just don't know. There are so many things that are still... I feel like I'm just moving from boss to boss right now without actually understanding anything. And this whole thing with it looking the exact same to Dark Souls 1 makes me even more confused. Alright, I should be able to level twice. I need, let's see, 8 and 9. Last time I used, what is, I hope that's like 1,000. Yes, nice. So that would be 8/6, and then I can use the smaller one. This one. It's perfect. The only problem is, I don't really know how I would go back to the place I was just in. Because that honestly seems a bit complicated. Also, wasn't there like another bonfire outside that I still didn't know how to get to? Or was it... Because it certainly wasn't this. This is inside a tower. These are all inside somewhere. So it was definitely... Yeah, how the fuck would you be... To be honest... okay, how do I put this? As I said before, right? The levels in Dark Souls 1 I wouldn't call them more linear. I don't think that's necessarily what they are. But they're definitely a lot more, how can I put this? They're definitely a lot more approachable. I think that's maybe like a correct way of putting that. And what I mean by that is just that while you're going through a level in Dark Souls 1, and all the other FromSoft games for that matter, it's fairly easy to chart out a map in your head. And it is also fairly easy to keep track of areas that you haven't been to, or things that you still need to check out, right? Things you need to go back to. All of that in all the other FromSoft games is fairly easy to keep track of. Not so much in Dark Souls 2, because there are so many branching like paths and branching doors that are still locked, and a lot of secrets that you need to well, I call them secrets. Obviously they're not really secret, right? I'm not saying secret in a way that you don't know that they exist, but secret in a way that you need to use some special item to go past them, right? And there are mainly these two, so the branch of Yore that gets you past petrified objects, and then there is the Pharaoh's Lockstone or whatever it's called to activate those smiling faces, right? Or, well, not smiling faces, but the faces in the walls, right? And on a basic level, like from a basic idea, I really, really like that. I really, really like... Wait, did I actually level the correct thing, by the way? I did. I really, really like how they have, how they've done that, right? I really like what they've done, or this basic idea of, all right, there are all these secrets throughout the level. There are like locked doors, and there are specific routes that you can't really figure out unless you have those branches of Yore, unless you unpetrify the objects and get those lock stones for the faces and all that kind of stuff. I do very much like that. That being said, though, I don't know what it is specifically. Maybe it's just the way these areas look. Maybe it's the level design in general. Maybe it is the fact that there are just a lot of branching paths. But somehow, you just... I wouldn't even say that you get confused. It's not that I'm confused, right? Because I can always backtrack, I can double check certain places, right? I can just constantly go back and run through these places. But the issue is that I think it's just not such a great feeling, right? And what do I mean by that? Well, it's mainly this feeling of constantly having, well, knowing that there's still stuff that you need to find, but not really knowing how to get to it, right? And if there's too many of those things scattered throughout the level or through the whole game in general, then you very quickly make the player feel uneasy about the game world, right? If you're sort of losing track of things and where they are, and I'm usually pretty good at that, right? I'm usually pretty good at keeping track of my environments and sort of building, I guess, a 3D map in my head, right? I usually really, really like doing these things as well. But I don't know. I mean, at this point, there are so many small details and so many doors. For example, I don't exactly remember where there are still locked doors in the Bastille. There might have been even doors at the very beginning of the level that don't even really have anything too special behind them, but they were locked, right? And I could probably open them, so I kind of want to go back there and actually open them. But well, first of all, I don't really know whether or not that's actually worth it. Second of all, I don't know where they are specifically, right? And the problem isn't that they exist, but I don't know. It's hard to put into words because I'm not really sure what I'm actually talking about, right? Is it the game pacing? Is it the level design? Is it something else entirely? I can't quite put my finger on it, but some of it is slightly off, right? Because while it's great to have these sort of secrets, quote unquote, in the levels, and to be able to go back to certain places and suddenly discover completely new things, at the same time it's hard to keep track of those. So it's not really fun to traverse the levels. I guess that's my point, right? At the end of the day, it's not actually that fun to constantly having to go back and check out, wait, did I miss something here? Did I miss something here? You know, this sort of backtracking and constantly looking at the same environments and at the same things that you've already been to just to figure out whether or not there might be a different way to approach it, or there might be a different way to go to another place or something like that, right? If you're really not sure about that, it's at a certain point it just gets, well, frustrating is almost a bit too much, but it's mentally exhausting, I think, is what it is, right? It's sort of mentally draining to trying to constantly keep track of what you're still missing and what there might be beyond what you already did. It is mentally draining, and that sort of, well, first of all, I think it just takes away a little bit from your energy level, right? From your ability to play through the game and to keep your focus on the game. And it also makes it so that you're less interested in what you're actually seeing sometimes, I feel like. I really don't know how else to describe it. I kind of, you know, described what I tried, but yeah, it is just draining to a certain degree. Because it's also not a very, you know, if you're actually solving puzzles, if you're working on something that is an actual puzzle, right, where you have to put certain hints and pieces and advice together to figure something out and then actually solve the puzzle and get a solution to it, that's fine, right? Obviously, that's also mentally draining because you're thinking a lot and you have to figure stuff out. And sometimes that can be frustrating as well if you're stuck on a certain thing, right? If you, for whatever reason, it just doesn't really, the sort of the right thought just doesn't occur to you, right? That can also be frustrating. But solving puzzles is something completely different, right? Because if you're solving a puzzle, you're actively working on something. Whereas here in Dark Souls 2, you're not solving puzzles. You're just searching for sort of hidden things or things that you haven't seen yet. So it's almost more like a treasure hunt. It's not a puzzle, because there's nothing to puzzle. There's nothing to figure out, right? You literally just get handed a key at some point, and then it just opens doors. So there is nothing to figure out. There is no actual puzzle. It's just, yeah, it's basically a kind of treasure hunt almost, right? Where you're just going through almost like a labyrinth and just trying to find sort of the right exit or the right place to go. And I feel like that gets old fast. And I'm sort of approaching that point right now where I feel like, you know, I want to really be done with the level. I want to figure everything out. I want to find all the items and all the secrets that they are. But at the same time, it does take something out of you, right? You really need to push through and properly, like, I don't know, almost force yourself to do it. That sounds really bad. It's not even that bad, right? It's still fun. You're still playing Dark Souls. You're still fighting against these enemies. right? The gameplay is still fun, and you're leveling up, and you're finding items, right? So it's not all bad. I just feel like it sort of detracts from what could be a very fun experience. It sort of turns it more into almost a boring treasure hunt. I know that sounds very negative, and it sounds a lot more negative than I mean it, right? Just comes across as very negative. But I don't know. I wish they would have done that a little bit differently. And I think, well, first of all, the levels could be a bit clearer visually. I think the problem is, especially the Bastille is actually a great way of highlighting the problem there, I think, which is that everything sort of looks the same, right? Yes, it has a certain layout, but the colors are all the same. You're inside most of the time, so it's really hard to orient yourself on, for example, the moon, even though it's shining very bright, right? But it's very hard to orient yourself on that. And also the way they've designed the level, you never quite see level structures that you've already been to in a way where they actually help you to figure out where to go, right? So it's just even harder to sort of build up this mental map of the level. And I feel like had they made the levels visually clearer. So for example, I guess a great comparison would be Sense Fortress in Dark Souls 1. Sense Fortress is also a place full of traps and hazardous things, and it also has branching paths, right? But it has just the right size, just the right amount of branching paths, and also just the right sort of design that you never really get lost, right? In Sense Fortress, you always sort of know where you're going because first of all, the elevation clearly tells you whether or not you're progressing or backtracking. But then also I don't know, somehow, it has a lot of verticality to it. It also has some branching paths, and when first looking at it, it does look a bit confusing, but it actually isn't, because it has sort of a clear layout, all things considered. I don't really know how to put it. Maybe, if I had a map of it and right in front of me, I could probably pinpoint exactly what's the difference here. But a place like Sense Fortress is a lot easier to figure out compared to the Bastille. It's a lot more challenging in terms of a level because there's all kinds of traps that can kill you, and the way the monsters are put, right? And especially the monsters are just more challenging than everything that I fought in Dark Souls 2 so far. So it's more difficult in terms of a level, but at the same time, it's definitely more fun because it's easier to build this mental map, right? You don't need to spend resources in your head on the mental map, and instead can just focus on having fun with fighting the enemies, right? That doesn't mean that it can't be frustrating, right? I mean, Sense Fortress most definitely can be frustrating if things just kick you from high places and you die and you have to go back through it. But again, the Lost Bastille here does suffer a bit from just looking too samey and just not having, I guess, the visual or level design clarity that I feel like it should have with all of these branching paths, right? There isn't really mental notes that you can do in terms of, oh yeah, the door is there, right? Or, like, usually I'm able to remember things that I still want to check out via other things, right? So I'll tell myself, all right, there's there's a room with a window at a certain point, and I know, oh yeah, that's where I need to go, right? Okay, yeah, sure. But yeah, I really don't know what to make of that, to be completely honest. I wonder if... I also don't really know what else you could have done to the Bastille to make it a bit more visually clear. Maybe bring in the moonlight a little bit more, right? Although they kind of did that, maybe I'm just not paying attention enough to something like that, right? Because that can definitely sort of help you track at least the direction you're facing. But then again, a lot of the level itself is just... I guess... There are a lot of rooms as well where you're turning a lot of 90-degree angles within the room. That kind of sounds weird, but if you have like a square room and you're running up a staircase and turn twice, that does sort of trip you up, right? If there's no like visual indicator of where to go. No, I'm actually not stuck. I'm just sort of... I have too many places to go. That's my issue. And I kind of need to find a mental way of keeping track of all of them. But I think I'm actually going to go back and try to fight this boss. I just need to figure out a good way to run to it, because I feel like the small dwarven guys will be incredibly annoying. So let's get back here, and I'll try to run to the boss. It's also just not this one level where I'm still missing stuff. I wonder what this thing is about. The good thing is, I think I don't need to run back up to where the bell was. Technically, that should still be activated, right? Let's see if he's saying something new. No. But you can join this covenant again. I mean, well, that's basically how the other guys with the covenants work as well. So there's one guy here. Oh, whoops. Completely forgot about that. He actually runs after you. Of course I get freaking stuck on the... Well, they put this hole here on purpose, didn't they? I mean, obviously they did, but... Otherwise, you could actually quickly run through this area. This way, obviously, it's a lot more annoying. And then you are here as well. So there's two guys here. But you can literally just run to the... You know what? Let's just try it. I have nothing to lose anyway. Whoa. Okay. Wait. Is the second one doesn't... I think the second one actually doesn't have a health bar for some reason. Or are... No, wait, I think you probably just have to fight all of them, don't you? Ooh, oh. So it's kind of a DPS check in a way, because you need to like defeat them really quickly. Oops. Well... Fuck. I'm really not doing this right. They have annoying attack patterns. Now the next one's coming up. Alright, Dark Souls is at its worst when you're fighting multiple enemies, and of course they insist in putting in a boss where you have to fight multiple enemies. As always. For fuck's sake. Wait, let me... Well, he was a lot quicker than I thought. Seriously. Oh, that's what they're doing, okay. Of course, the next one's already getting up. And just kill this guy. Fucking hell. What the hell was that? Was he sort of jumping backwards and forwards at the same time? I wish they would just stay on the ground. That would be a lot easier to fight against, actually. Nope, that's not what I wanted. See, like, they're sort of jumping over you and then at the same time still attacking you. Fucking hell. Is that the last one? I think it is, right? Wait, is it? That would be... Oh yeah, it was. Belfry Gargoyle Soul. Once again... more annoying than challenging? All things considered. Yeah, I don't know why it's just what? Seriously? Okay, can you please come here? This happened before on some other boss. That's kind of ridiculous that they actually enemies like this can be sort of stuck. Oh shit! I actually got really lucky with that. Holy fuck! I had that happen once before, where enemies sort of got stuck on the fog gate, if you're running to the boss, and they apparently just exist in front of the fog gate, and then they just attack you as soon as you defeated the boss. But yeah, I don't entirely know. I would have preferred one gargoyle with actually interesting attacks. Like, with a lot more attacks. To be completely honest, the fight in Dark Souls 1 was a lot better. Not only because the second gargoyle takes a bit to appear, so you have a bit of time fighting the first one, but also because, I don't know, the moveset of the gargoyles in Dark Souls 1 just seems a bit more varied. They still more or less have the same things, though. They do breathe fire. They have like a stabby attack. They have the rush attack when they fly up into the air. They can either rush you or they can jump straight down at you. So there's quite a lot that they can do. But at the same time, I don't know. I think, to be completely honest, now that I think about it, the moveset seems pretty similar to Dark Souls 1, but I still somehow think that the Dark Souls 1 fight was a lot better. Maybe it's just this sort of underwhelming feeling that the boss is just multiple sort of quote-unquote normal enemies combined, right? So you're not fighting this one really powerful being, but rather, well, normal gargoyles, right? If these weren't together, but individually, they would be really weak, right? They would be, well, just literally normal enemies. This other guy is here too. I swear if he would have shot me. Where did he even come from? Oh, right, they were both in that room, right? Oh, he's missing a head. I was wondering why some of them don't attack you, but I guess those were destroyed at some point. I wonder if somebody did that on purpose at some point. What? What kind of illusion? What the fuck are they talking about? Right? Somebody might have realized that these are, like, I guess, powerful demons or something, and they went up here during daytime, I'd assume, and just destroyed their heads or something. Also weird that a soul is just lying in the boss arena like this. Huh. But yeah, I mean, I also didn't really... I did quite a poor job, I felt like, during this boss fight. I got hit quite a lot. I mean, I went through all of my Estus and then like 2 Radiant Life Gems. But now I can actually get a proper look at this place. So in Dark Souls 1, it definitely looks different, right? In Dark Souls 1, you're sort of coming from, I think, this direction? No, wait, are you? Isn't the bell on the other side in Dark Souls 1? Is it just supposed to be inspired by that area, or is it supposed to literally be the same area? It's very hard to tell, right? I mean, technically it's completely different. The boss design is different, or, well, not the boss design, but the way it works, right? The fact that there are multiple gargoyles attacking you and not just 2. But it's still such a... It's like the first very, very clear reference to Dark Souls 1. And I'm really wondering why. They did tell us about, like, weird things going on with time in this world, right? But that doesn't necessarily warrant there being these places that look very similar, yet are clearly in a very different environment. Strange. What? Why is this broken off? Aha! So this boss leads to that bonfire. Southern Ritual Band. What the fuck is that? It's not a ring, is it? Or maybe it is? It is. Allows attunement of additional spells. One of the secret treasures restored in Aldia. Raises the number of spells you may attune. This modest-looking ring contains very powerful magic. To imagine what unspeakable deeds were performed to create such rings, one need only recall the cruel fate of the residents of Aldia. Yeah, well, unfortunately, nothing has so far told me about the fate of the residents of Aldia, as far as I can recall. Huh. But this area had a different name, right? Why did it have a different name? It's very clearly still the Bastille, right? Oh no, wait a second, it's... Wait, yeah, it had a different name, but the bonfire was still... No, wait. I'm an idiot. It actually... This is the first bonfire in this area, isn't it? There wasn't another one before. Huh. But it's very clearly the same area. I don't... Yeah, I don't really know. Bonfire head. Yeah, no shit. And now we can access this ladder wherever that leads. Upper ramparts. Yeah. Now it's actually a different area. I was wondering about that, right? Because it very clearly shows you the, what would you call that? Like the area name when you enter it. But this is actually the first bonfire in this area. Still very strange to me, though, that, for example, the Forest of Fallen Giants, I would say is quite a large area, all things considered, but only has 3 bonfires. One of which is even at a dead end for some reason. I mean, Heights Tower clearly still has secrets, right? Because I haven't been able to get past the dragon. I mean, I haven't really attempted it either, but... And then we have something like No Man's Wharf, which is a separate area, but only has 1 bonfire. Nothing else. And then we suddenly get the Lost Bastille with 5 bonfires. I mean, in a way, it's kind of neat that these areas are so different from one another, because you never really know what to expect, right? If every area just had 5 bonfires, that would be very by the books, right? You would always be able to tell, like, how far you are or something. But it's still very strange that suddenly you enter the Lost Bastille. Not only does it have 2 different entrances, right? Whether you come from No Man's Wharf or you come here via the Eagle bonfire from the Forest of Fallen Giants. But it also has like a ton of branching paths. And then 2 bosses that I fought were basically behind... well, I keep calling them secrets, but you know what I mean, right? They were behind these special items that you need to get. One behind the petrified thing, and this one was behind the... It was behind the face in the wall, right? That's how I got here. Dark Spirit. Are people just trying to jump off here? I guess that's why the blood stains are here. Are those enemies? Are you kidding me? Really? There is a lot of enemies and items. There was one other thing that I wanted to say, but no, I forgot it. Oh yeah, I should also level. I definitely shouldn't go down there with 30,000 souls. Although at this point, that's actually not that much, right? It's only 3 levels, I think. I think that's actually the first time that I see her sitting down. Interesting.
Bearer of the curtain, seek so, seek thick, lest this lands.
Yeah, still seeking the king and more powerful souls. Do I need to level 3 times? I think I might have to, right? 71.8. So unfortunately, I think I need 2 more levels actually.
Bearer, seek, lest.
That's actually now my highest stat. Considering that like 1.5 hours ago, this was at like 10 or something. It's actually kind of strange. Also makes me realize how many bosses I defeated without actually progressing. At least it didn't really feel like it did. Although, well, technically I actually progressed a lot further than I did ever before playing Dark Souls 2, because I defeated one of the really strong souls. Just didn't really feel like it was a strong soul at all. I mean, I could also try just other equipment, right? 70.3. Oh, that's so close. I could put the other helmet back on, right? I'll just level one more time. Do I have more souls that I could use for that? So I need 6,600. This should be enough, right? Hopefully. Was this 2,000? Or this? I hope this was... Ah, whatever. No, that's 3. Yeah, well. That's fine. Okay. I should probably really not level that any further, though. That seems like such a waste of stat points to put all of that into vitality. So now I would be below 70%. I mean, it looks really cool, right? There aren't any twin blades in Dark Souls 1, right? Unless I forgot something really, really big, but... Alright, so the only thing that's missing now is that I need to actually upgrade this thing. So technically, obviously this works like slightly differently. You can't just... So my mace has 192 attack, and this has magic as well. So it combines to 154, right? The problem is that well, technically it doesn't really work that way because enemies might have magic resistances, right? So you might be doing less damage overall. I think I should be able to upgrade it twice, though. Oh, whoops. Wrong menu. This gives me... what is that? 22 plus 6 is 28. And I was missing more than 30. Let's upgrade this once. Well, that's unfortunate. So I need another petrified dragon bone to make it equal to my mace, right? 96 plus 86 is 182. But if I would upgrade it one more time, theoretically it should be better than my mace. So I guess I need to wait for another petrified dragon bone, which is a bit unfortunate because, well, they do seem to be quite rare. Although, having said that, maybe... where's the other... Macduff's workshop? He doesn't sell those, does he? I don't think he does. Maybe at some point he will, but certainly not right now. Yo, what up?
I ought to flare.
Right, he sells large titanite shards, okay. He doesn't sell petrified dragon bones, though.
Be gone.
Huh. This is also just really strange to me that I can now open this door with the key. Like, what's the point of that, exactly? But again, I'm really, really positive that I'm still missing, I think, at least... I think I'm missing 2 locked doors, something like that. I seem to recall. Maybe, hopefully. Hopefully my memory isn't playing tricks on me there, but I think that's what it is. Belfry Luna. It's also a rather interesting name. What the fuck is that outfit? Holy shit. Some cursed stuff. Oh wait, those are dogs. Okay, I'm sure. Bye-bye. Of course, there's a freaking dog spirit here right next to the dogs. Are you kidding me? Probably need to parry him at some point. Oh, well, that worked out better than I wanted it to. Sorry. That's, yeah. I guess that's Dark Souls for you, huh? Okay. Yeah. Once again, why? Why do they feel the need to put the dogs here? It's just unnecessary. Just let me fight the invader. I mean, that's cool enough. That happens so rarely anyway, right? Hurrah for nimble one. Oh, enchanted falchion. I have other ones, right? Wait. Well, this one. So, I guess that's the same just with magic? No. Wait, what? Huh? Why does it have the exact same stats? Am I missing something here? Shouldn't this have magic attack? Because this has fire, right? Where it has the fire, or the flame symbol. Shouldn't this then have magic? Isn't that magic? Yeah. Huh. Weird. But yeah, that was kind of a strange fight, wasn't it? I was sort of just going around him and then accidentally hit the backstab. And then while he was still getting up, I was still able to kill him. Yeah. Okay, I guess. Dragon Tooth. Petrified something. Bright bug. Dragon Tooth. Wait, that's literally a dragon tooth. A giant dragon tooth used as a great hammer. As solid as a boulder, this tooth is said to be taken from a dragon, but the truth of this claim is unclear. What is certain is that it bears some mystical power, and its wielder gains resistance to magic and fire. Ooh. That sounds great. Additional resistances just by using a certain weapon? But I guess, well, it probably requires a ton of stats to use, huh? And what's the other stuff that I got? What is the petrified something? Oh, right. That's another thing that I can exchange together with these ones. Right, I forgot about that. I already did that at some point. Wait, doesn't this actually give me a dragon upgrade material? I think it does, doesn't it? So I probably want to do that. Right, that would make it possible for me to actually switch over to the twin blade thing. Oh, that's cool. What was the other one that I got? Well, it probably wasn't that important then, huh? Some other item that I probably already had one of, I suspect. Oh, bright bug. This one. No, wait a second. This is actually new. A tiny bug that produces light. Bright bugs are said to comfort the dead and are found in the marshlands leading to the undead crypt. By ingesting a bright bug just before death, the moment at which they glow most brightly, one attains great power for a short time. Often utilized as a last resort for adventurers who've lost their way. Has no effect in other worlds or for phantoms. Inflict more damage, receive less. Actually, it sounds quite powerful. Now I'm wondering, these weird zombie guys that exist in this area, right? Especially the ones close to the sorcerer. They have this flame inside their bodies, right? Inside their stomach. And I was wondering what that was. I wonder if they ate these and thought that they would or needed them as comfort or something. That might actually what that glow is, huh? Alright, I also wanted to see... What are the stat requirements for this thing? 50! Holy shit! I think that's actually the probably highest stat requirement for any weapon that I have. It's insanely strong, though. Interesting. But yeah, other than that, this just ends. Once again, leaving me slightly confused. I mean, the reward is certainly great, but it's such a weird area. Why put a bonfire here of all places? Also, again, I'm still missing other things as well, I think. I still have a feeling that I'm just missing certain things. So that's the boss arena. And the bell. At least that's quite clear. But there doesn't seem to be anything else to this area, weirdly enough. Right? So you, for some reason, defeating the boss, you're rewarded with another bonfire? That doesn't really have any point except for, well, the stuff that you find there. But you can easily go without finding that, right? I mean, that's not really all that helpful, especially on like a first playthrough. And, well, I mean, I got here through an illusionary wall, but it does feel sort of pointless in a way, doesn't it? I mean, again, the Dragon Tooth weapon is almost impossible to use on a first playthrough, at least unless you specifically just put points into strength. That's certainly possible, but kind of weird. And then you can't even go back from here, right? I completely forgot about that. This is literally a dead end into both directions unless you travel via Bonfire to somewhere else. And you also... I don't think there's any way you can jump down here, right? Visions of miracles. That's strange. What's the point of this place? Is there any point in me going back somewhere else? I mean, there's still definitely a lot of things that I haven't seen in this area. Overall, though, so... let me think. So... somehow I think that there was still one more petrified statue somewhere here. I actually don't recall where that supposedly was. I think I'm still missing one item that was laying... no, I'm missing at least two items. One of them is, I think, below this bridge. Where the guy is that was shooting at me from the very beginning of the level. And then there was an item up on some wall. I think where the guy is that kicks down the fire barrel into the wall. I think I haven't gotten that item either. And I have no clue how to get to either of them. And then I also think that I'm still missing a couple of locked doors as well. Although I don't even remember where would the second petrified thing be? Am I misremembering that? Was there only like one thing left? Because I do think that I already unpetrified something else in this area, right? At some point? Maybe? God, that's exactly what I was talking about before, right? This is... unless I literally run back through the entire level and look at everything again, I can't be quite sure that I didn't miss anything. Because I'm not 100% certain. I definitely know that I'm missing stuff, right? I know that I'm missing at least two items. But, that being said, I'm just not certain whether or not I'm missing something else. And that's really bugging me. Alright, for the time being, I'll return to Majula, so that I can... trade the petrified thingy Madu. Do you have anything new for me? Also, I haven't... oh, yeah, she does! She now sells Radiant Life Gems, but only 10. What the fuck? Why? She also sells Bright Bugs. Why do you only sell 10 of these? What is the point? I guess I could just buy 2 of them. I'm still missing the other 2 NPCs as well. Like the woman with the... who has the dot mark right next to her eye. She, I think, is traveling through levels, right? I met her twice, I think. One time in the No Man's Wharf and one time in the Lost Bastia. So I expect her to be in like the next level that I visit probably. But I'm also missing the big dude that was also in No Man's Wharf that was drinking there. And I'm especially missing him because I was able to sell stuff to him. And it's really annoying that I don't know where he is, and that I don't know where he might be either. I think at some point I went back to No Man's Wharf to try and see whether or not he was still at the same place, but he wasn't, unfortunately. Also, for some reason, yeah, so the big... Again, this doesn't make any sense, does it? The big soul that I destroyed, the, like... What was it called? Sinner... Let me check. This one. The Lost Sinner. I didn't read this, did I? Soul of a gargoyle at the Lost Bastille. The elaborate stone statues on the Belfry mysteriously came to life. Use the special soul air. Great. I could have told you that much. Those soul descriptions aren't as good as they could be, I feel like. But yeah, I only actually defeated one sort of strong soul. The Pursuer was just a normal one, right? So I'm slightly confused as to why there are two flames. I mean, the gargoyles definitely didn't count. But yeah, let's actually do what I wanted, which is go back to the beginning and trade in the cracked stone thing. Which hopefully should grant me another petrified dragon bone. It should actually, right? Still don't know how the bloodstains get here. There are literally no enemies here, but... Things betwixt. See what I traded in last time. Wait, what? Huh? Did I put that at, like, the wrong place or something? Shouldn't they have given me something for the smooth and silky stones? Well, whatever. Okay. Hopefully that'll work. I actually wanted to check something, but I'm pretty sure that the Pursuer Phantom things, they never respawn, I'm pretty sure. Which... I don't know, maybe at this point I should actually go back and defeat the one that I'm still missing in the Bastille as well. I mean, considering that I also need to... considering that I also need to go back through the Bastille anyway, probably makes sense to do that. But I don't know, I still feel a bit strange about this whole thing, because I feel like technically I've actually achieved quite a lot, right? I mean, I've been playing for about 4 hours now, and I killed how many bosses? Like 4? I pretty much killed a boss every hour, which is a lot for Dark Souls, and especially for me, considering how slowly I usually go through these games. But at the same time, I don't feel like I actually made any progress. I mean, I know I did, right? I definitely defeated one of those supposedly strong souls that they're looking for, or that she tells me to defeat. But other than that, I don't know. I don't feel like I've been getting closer to anything, really. The Radiant Life Gens are actually really, really good for boss encounters. I mean, yeah, the weird thing, or the thing that's slightly annoying is that I still have these 3 areas that I haven't even really touched at all, right? I just unlocked them and then went back because I knew that I still had something to do in the other areas as well. And I still have to do something in Heights Tower, I still have to do something in the Forest of Fallen Giants, I just don't know how to get there, right? But yeah, it is just a little bit strange that you don't really have the sense of progression in Dark Souls 2 so far. Maybe it's also because nothing has really changed in terms of enemy design. As I said before, right, most enemies are still somehow very close to the beginning enemies. I mean, yes, I have encountered several enemy types, right? And there are several other sort of enemy types as well. I mean, the Lost Bastille, for example, they have these weird executioner guys with their big scythes, right? But other than them, I don't know. Do I actually want to start from the very beginning? So this would be the beginning of the area, right? And these cells, I think, are all locked, I'm pretty sure, right? They're just sort of visual. They're not really to interact with. Most of them, anyway. And this just leads to the No Man's Wharf. Where you come here via the ship. And here you can't actually open anything. Yeah. But I definitely remember that there should be a couple more doors to open. Somewhere, though. So what was up with the gargoyles anyway, now that I think about it? I saw them flying before I went to sort of the final boss, right? So I saw them flying when I activated the bonfire that ultimately led me down to where the Great Soul, Primordial Soul, whatever it was called, was. I wonder why they decided to sort of make this weird... Like, why they decided to include this, this thing with the gargoyles at all. Also, I need to get to that guy over there, right, who will start shooting at me. I need to somehow get to him, and I have absolutely no clue how you're supposed to do that. Because I've been on that bridge. Interestingly enough, so this is where the final thing leads you towards, right? Which is also interesting, is now that I look at it, the very mountain that we're standing upon, that this whole thing has been built upon, right? You're actually going onto that bridge here, through the fog gate that's over there. You come back up. Now where the fire is, right, that I ignited, that's where the bonfire is as well. Then you ride down the elevator all the way this whole tower, and you come out like really, really close to the water's surface. And then you essentially go back into this whole mountain thing, and then below the fortress itself, essentially, is where I fought the primordial soul, the lost sinner. That is a very interesting layout. I wonder why somebody decided to build essentially like a special cell in like a very cool looking place below the whole mountain thing. Interesting decision, isn't it? I hate that they do so much damage, these freaking arrows. And I still wonder... Maybe I missed another place where you could potentially drop down from? Because the door that he's standing in front of, right, that's how you get back into the rest of the level. And to the right, there are stones blocking your path. So, if you want to get to him, you'd essentially have to drop down somewhere here. Right, that's also why there is still an item here. Because that's definitely a place I haven't been to yet. I should be able to get there somehow, but I just don't know how. There has to be a way to either drop down to that place, or yet another way to get up there at all. Seriously. Okay, what happened? Oh, that guy over there. Well, I didn't actually plan to die here. Fucking hell. I got stun locked by the arrow, I think. Well, that's certainly annoying, right? I actually kind of still wanted to kill that pursuer guy there, but it's... well, the annoying part is that he spawns near all of these arrow dudes. Don't know why they felt the need to do that. Wait, he actually shot one of these. That wasn't nice at all. Fucking hell. Sometimes they can be really obnoxious. Also, why didn't he spawn in right now? Shouldn't he have spawned in? And now he does. Oh, for fuck's sake. I thought I had it. I just need to get rid of the frickin' dogs and the other guys. That's annoying. Maybe you can... I should probably be able to lure them out or something. Well, at least it's not a long way to run. Interestingly enough, this is still one of the... the pursuer here is still one of the most difficult enemy types in the whole game. Right? I actually fought against him once as an actual enemy, right? Alright, I should, yeah, do exactly that. Just kill the dogs first, then just heal a bit. Right, like this. And now he should spawn in again without a million different things annoying me. Let's just take a life gem as well. I think the other guy fell down, maybe? Sounds like it. Yeah, he did. Come here, buddy. Oh, seriously. Can you please just run towards me? Do you really have to frickin'... Alright. Now we can finally fight, you idiot. Ooh, that was... For a second there, I still thought there was another dog. It's really interesting, like, he is still... Not only is he still a very challenging enemy, but I think this guy specifically seems to have more health than a lot of his counterparts for some reason. Bye-bye. Also only drops one Twinkling Titanite, though. Huh. I don't know if I just felt like that, but I do think that he had slightly higher health than, for example, so the last one that I fought was the one on the way to the gargoyles in the bottom room, right? In the what's that called? Like the basement room. So the bonfire that I found through unpetrifying one of the statues is actually also the way that leads to the gargoyles, right? And there you are at the bonfire, you drop down, or you go down the ladder, you land in the basement, and then one of these guys appears. And I honestly felt like that guy had less health than this one, for some reason. Although that would be very strange, wouldn't it? Okay. Let's go this way first. So I'm still looking for... Oh, right, he actually doesn't die by himself. I'm still looking for... closed doors that I could potentially use the key on. Problem is that I really don't remember. I think that there were a couple of them somewhere. But now that I think about it, maybe not. Because in this place right here, I mean, I actually went here, right? Because I fell down when I tried to jump onto the other roof. Oh, that was These guys are also more nimble a lot of the time. Huh. But this just leads me back to all of the areas that I already looked at, doesn't it? I should probably just try focusing on getting to those items that I just saw from the very beginning. That shouldn't actually be too complicated, right? So one of them is up there. So somehow you can go up there and then potentially probably jump over there, right? Now that I think about it. That should be possible. And then you'd actually get to the place that I was talking about with the guy shooting at me. How is one still hitting me? Seriously? Yeah, and that item as well. So somehow there has to be a way to get up to this place. But not from here. Of course, it could also be that you have to literally jump into the other direction, right? You have to jump from the left to the right in this case. Either way, it would be pretty confusing. This is still tripping me up that you can literally... I guess if I... Yeah, you know what? This door could actually be a failsafe. if for some reason you're maybe now I wonder if they discovered that during playtesting or something, right? That they saw that maybe this was a bit finicky, or for some reason you never really got to the point where this was opened. So they included this door to then essentially make it so that if you find the key to the Bastille, then you can potentially open this door, right? And that would be it, basically. Nice work, buddy. He literally only damaged himself instead of me. Huh. How would you be able to go up there, though? Didn't I already try all of the different routes here? What are you doing? Shouldn't I have also hit him like a backstab thing? So that's where the petrified guy was. This leads back to the other bonfire? What is this tower, though? See, that's what I meant when I said it's slightly confusing level design, because from the outside you literally can't really tell what kind of path that you would need to take through these towers to potentially get to a place where you would then come out this way and maybe be able to jump over there. Although it does very much like that you look like you need to jump over to this side. And yeah, this is... I wouldn't even necessarily say it's frustrating. It's still kind of fun to go through the level and just defeat the enemies and stuff. But for a couple of things, I don't know. I do wish that a couple of things would just slightly clear up. What the hell was that? That was weird. Yeah, I was a lot further away from you there, buddy. Alright, so I pretty much want to go directly straight, right? And I also want to go more or less on this level. No, I want to be higher. So I want to be slightly higher, and I want to go into this direction. Let's see if we can do that. Alright, I completely forgot that there are like a million guys here. Why? Why did they feel the need to do it this way? Fucking hell. Please just leave me alone. Fuck! Well, this point is just getting annoying. See, this is why... man. Why did they feel the need to include like a million enemies there? It is pretty annoying if you just want to like look for secrets, I guess. Let's go to Macduff's workshop and start from there. Just go back up. He's still really confused anyway. Seriously, the dogs didn't... Yeah, I don't know what happened to the barrel. I for sure would have thought the barrel would actually hit the dogs. Or I kind of hoped that it would anyway. The dog didn't even attack. It didn't even play any kind of attack animation. What the fuck? Ah. Oh boy. Hi there. I wonder if there's actually a better way of fighting multiple enemies. So I'm honestly slightly confused as to how you're supposed to fight them. Ooh, that was way too close. Because I mean... I mean, maybe I can block a bit more? I don't really know. Just seems weird, all things considered, right? That this would be... And all of that for a couple of items that probably aren't even that useful at the end of the day. I think I actually only pulled one of them this time. Seriously? How did one of them miss? Wait, how did I do that? Sure. Of course. That's definitely what I wanted to do. I didn't want to pick up the item. Of course, I want to close the door. Where were the other guys anyway? There's like literally 3 guys over there and you all you activate them all at once? That's ridiculous, isn't it? The problem is that always the bad guys, they're starting to attack, right? But you can only hit the front ones. Well, whatever. Okay, let's see. So this way would be the right direction, but the wrong elevation. Wait, where did this even lead? Oh. You're really annoying, you know that? Oh, right, I completely forgot. It was this weird door that just led into nothingness. And behind that door is the boss encounter arena, right? What was the, what was the staircase about, though? The staircase, the ladder is what I'm saying. Staircase. The fuck? Oh, right. Fucking hell. You didn't notice me? Sure, buddy. What? Why am I... God, you idiots! Stop constantly trying to kill... Well, I mean, I guess they're killing me. Huh. But I mean, the problem is that this leads to... This just leads to this boss arena, right? Oh, I completely forgot there was yet another item here as well. That I had no clue how to get to. But the problem is I'm constantly dropping down. I don't want to drop down, I want to get up. Fucking... So I entered from this direction, right? I want to go there. But it just literally isn't possible, apparently. So that's a weird door. This is where it just went. And then from this direction, this is just a window. For some reason, it's an open window, though. Which I guess is also kind of weird. But then this room itself doesn't really lead to anything. Oh my god. I really wanted to continue with another area today, but this doesn't really look like I'll be able to. I mean, not that I mind. Again, it's still kind of fun looking at these areas and trying to figure out where to go, but sometimes it can be a bit frustrating as well. With that, for example, how the fuck are you supposed to get there? I mean, over there, that just doesn't seem like a jump that you would be able to make, right? Wait, can you kick one of these things down or something? That actually looks really bright. Almost like blue sky, right? Still with those weird 2 dark dots in the sky that are probably supposed to be birds but just don't move since it's just like a JPEG or something. Weird. But yeah, how are you supposed to get there? Isn't that strange? Maybe there's a way to get up top. That could be it, right? I mean, wouldn't that technically be also high enough for the other items? God, I really feel... The problem is, I feel like I'm running in circles, which, to be honest, is kind of true, right? I'm constantly running back and forth and running in circles trying to figure out how to get to these freaking items. I just wish there was a little bit more to discover here, I guess. I don't even know whether or not these items are worth it, right? Well, that was not much. I don't know. I don't think you can make that jump. It seems way too far for the usual jumps. Definitely further than anything I've jumped so far in this game. The problem is there literally isn't any place to drop down from, right? Even if you would be able to get up there, you wouldn't be able to drop down to that platform, though. I mean, this... I guess you're supposed to jump this? Try jumping. Oh, you... Okay, well that looked awkward. Of course. Right? Of course. You're trying desperately to get to this item and then it's just 3 homeward bones. And you can't even jump back. What the fuck? Well, I guess I was at least successful in getting that one. Now I'm back here already. Oh, whoopsie. What was that? And this led me to here. But this is pretty far away from where I actually want to be. Right? Because I actually want to be pretty much on the other side of this building. Oh, for fuck's sake. I mean, I can always come back here, right? I don't have to necessarily do this right now. This was the weird door with the skeleton behind it. A couple more of these guys here. Now I'm back in the other area. The one that I was already able to... Whoa! Oh, right. I completely forgot that he jumps down from behind you. Well, I've already been here. And I was thinking, right, that, so this, what the fuck? They took a long time. You were still here as well, for some reason. Okay, so I was thinking, that's the beginning area, right? This is supposedly somewhere you might be able to jump down from. That's where I'm trying to go. The weird part is there is some staircase looking thing over there. Fucking hell, it can't be this complicated to get there, right? Definitely not from here. Maybe it's got something to do with the elevator as well? Oh shit, that's... whoopsie. It's actually not what I wanted to do. I mean, you can also light this torch thing. Let me actually do that. I don't know that it does anything. I don't think it will, to be completely honest. But since the bonfire is right here, might as well just do it. Also interesting that these guys are literally just not reacting to that. Wait, where was it anyway? Not here. It's down. Wait, was it? Oh. Fuck! Shit, where was it? Oh god, I'm literally just losing my mind here trying to find things. It certainly wasn't there. Oh, there it is. Fucking hell. Okay. Well, as I suspected, this literally doesn't hold anything. Then we have this elevator. I know there was an item, like, somewhere you could drop down to, I think. Yeah, there was an item right here. But I already got that. And now I'm back down here with the weird ninja guy. Oh, seriously? Wait, it didn't... Oh. Bye-bye. I already activated that phase. I don't think there's any more to those statues here. This just leads you back... Or does it, though? This leads you back to the guy with the barrel, right? What? Lesser foe ahead, therefore try confidence. Be wary of below? What the fuck? Because this literally, this gets you back here. But obviously that doesn't help for the item over there. I mean, this sort of is the general direction. I would pretty much have to be here, but slightly higher. And then I should be able to get to those items. The problem is the only way to get higher is the elevator, which literally doesn't take me anywhere that's useful to me. And if I go back over here, I'll just end up... This is just the other room, right? That's close to where... Yeah, this is just close to where the two roofs are. So outside there somewhere, there are the two roofs that you can jump down, or jump from one to the other. So either I'm missing something really, really obvious to get to those items, or I'm missing something else. Either way, I haven't really found any other door that was locked, and I also haven't found any other petrified statue, so I kind of think that I've actually done most of what I could potentially do here. The weirdest thing about this whole thing is that one of those enemies down there where I want to go to literally shoots you at the very beginning of the level. Then again, I mean, the staircase in and of itself would lead you to believe that there is a way to go down, right? Alright, let me check once again. So, if I put my camera like this, I want to go to the left. I want to go into that direction, right? But I need to go down. What am I potentially missing? So it would be that direction. Now I'm probably too far down though, right? Wait, it's that way, right? To the left. Literally leads me back to that place. And that's the wrong way. This doesn't lead anywhere. The weird part is this pretty much leads through exactly where I want to be. I think it's just a bit too far down below. Because this opens up to the left, right? Yes. So where I want to be is literally here. In this place. Just, I think, a bit higher. But again, the problem is I have no fucking clue how to get there. And the elevator... The elevator would be pretty close as well to that part, but it's just... I mean, there isn't any way you can go here. It's just a solid wall. You know what? At this point, I'm kind of inclined to just give up on those items for now. I could always return to this place if need be, right? I don't have to actually find them. I know where they are. I know how I potentially would need to approach this whole thing. But I'm also pretty sure that I'm also pretty sure that I've pretty much seen this place multiple times now. To a point where it just feels kind of pointless to be doing this all over again. It just annoys me because I think if I would get those items, I would literally be done with this place. I don't think there is necessarily anything else here. Oh, never mind. I just remembered where those potential two last doors were. They're actually here. Yeah, I definitely want to check that out then. We dropped something. Nice. Just a life gem that I just used up. Whoa! Spinny sword. Sometimes they always seem to not really be able to decide whether or not they actually want to use their sword or not. Or want to stay with the bow. Right, I think in general, weren't there a couple of doors here that I still need to open as well? Although now I'm actually a bit concerned since I... Fuck. Yeah. I kind of forgot about the... Do I just want to run through? Probably the best idea, huh? Since otherwise this dude is probably really annoying. I mean, I can kill the other ones. That wouldn't really be a problem. Right, let me see here. Well, one dude is running after me with a very weird animation. And now he's gone. Okay, so I completely forgot that we had these doors over here. Because you can open them with the Bastille key. Oh, that's not actually blood, right? That's this weird, what's it called? Can I activate it this way? Of course I can't. Seriously? Are you kidding me? Do I have to use the frickin'... Because they're all saying... Wait, pointless? This looks like it should be ignitable, doesn't it? I swear if it isn't. At this point... If they just literally put doors here, we can't do anything with it, that would be... Set light, yeah, you can't. You can. Okay. What is this doing? Well, it definitely keeps burning. Does it not show to me what you're actually accomplishing with that? Another one. Because it certainly sounds rather ominous, doesn't it? Oh. Are you kidding me? Is this really everything that it does? Seriously. Wait, where the fuck did I find this key? I think it was behind the petrified statue, right? I think that's where I found it, if I remember correctly. So I guess the idea here would be that you can make this fight easier and you can see more if you activate this, if you find the key beforehand, I guess. Cool. That's... yeah, rather pointless, I'd say. Also, once again, what's the point of this bonfire? This is literally just a return point. It's sort of a broken bonfire, though you can still light it. Weird. I mean, once again, the basic idea of this is pretty cool. The problem is just, the boss fight, like, it doesn't require light. Because the boss is literally, like, lit up when you fight it. whatever shading or whatever stuff that they used for the boss itself definitely stands out incredibly well against the dark background that you have in here. So there is no reason why you would ever need to ignite these torches. Is it nice to have it? Sure. Is there a reason for it? No. And I don't know, considering that you also find a branch of yore in the treasure chest behind the boss, doesn't that make it fairly, what's the word? Fairly plausible that people will arrive here without actually being able to open the doors, since they still didn't have yet another branch of yore that would open this whole thing? I don't know. I just feel like this is... I thought for a second this would activate some sort of huge lighthouse or something at the Bastille itself. But instead it literally just illuminates the boss room. Great! I mean, again, I don't want to put down this idea, right? Because I do think that it's really cool. I mean, it's definitely unique to FromSoft games, I feel like, right? The stuff Dark Souls does with light and torches, or Dark Souls 2, rather. But that doesn't really help the game much overall, unfortunately. Like, it just doesn't really change the fact that the game is sort of... I don't know. I wonder, once again, I kind of wonder why they did it this way. Because they could have chosen to make the boss arena pitch black, right? To the point where it would be almost impossible to see the boss if you don't use these torches, right? So I wonder, because it does very much feel like they sort of play tested that at some point. Like, they probably came up with the systems, right? They designed, well, the boss arena and a couple of other things, and then they sort of, once again, AI confused, or whatever. But yeah, doesn't it feel like that? Like they sort of, they had already designed all of this stuff. They had already designed the torch mechanic. They had already designed levels that contained the torch mechanic as well. But then for some reason, I don't know, maybe they entered some sort of QA phase or some sort of testing phase, and then discovered, oh well, this actually doesn't really work as well as we had hoped. Right? Or maybe it was just really frustrating to the testers or something. Or maybe they just went a bit overboard in terms of, I guess, the sort of the amount of that's an enemy. Why are you just sitting there? Maybe they went a bit overboard in terms of the amount of stuff that you had to do to uncover these things. Because think about it, right? If, let's say this boss arena would actually be pitch black, and it would require you pretty much, in order to even have a chance against the boss and have a chance against seeing its attacks, it would pretty much require you to light up the room, right? So the game would be the exact same, other than the boss arena would be pitch black. That would mean that I would have to specifically either keep or find branches of yore to unpetrify that one statue before fighting this boss. And I think the problem here is that the game, if we assume that situation to be true, essentially, right? If we think about, well, how would the game look like if they had done that? Then I think what would have happened is that there are just not enough clues for you. I mean, even though people left clues behind that clearly said try using fire, I still had no idea what I was even doing. And I certainly didn't expect that whatever the fire was supposed to be doing was just lighting up the boss arena, right? Now, had the boss arena been completely pitch black, right, to the point where you can't see anything, and then I look at the messages and they say try using fire, maybe I would have sort of come up with the idea of, oh yeah, all right, I need to find a way to somehow open this door, and then I can use fire, and that probably illuminates the boss arena, right? Had the arena been pitch black, I think you can definitely make that assumption. Since the arena wasn't pitch black, it was just slightly dark, I would have never assumed that it can be lit up, because it seemed, well, pointless, right? It still seems pointless to me. So, well, I mean, at that point, I probably would have stopped just fighting the boss and waited until I found a branch of yore in another level, and then went back to this one to find out whether or not there is another way to open the doors, right? But then also consider that, like, how difficult it seems to be for me to figure out how to find these items that I can literally see from the very beginning of the level, right? I really feel dumb that I can't find a way to get to them, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong, to be completely honest. The problem is here, right, that you could also maybe deduce that maybe one of those might be a branch of yore, or maybe one of those might be the key to open these doors, right? I don't know, maybe that was actually something that they sort of that they discovered during QA testing, right? That maybe they had like included these sort of puzzles, but at the same time made them a bit too obscure, or maybe they just made them a bit too frustrating. I mean, think about, I'm running through this level because I want to, right? I'm trying to discover all of the items that I still haven't gotten to because I want to, because I really want to finish this level, right? I want to find out everything there is. But imagine if you still had to fight the boss, and you had to find out a way to light up the boss arena, and there was no way or no hint or whatever that told you where the key might potentially be. I feel like, honestly, that would just be a very, very frustrating experience, because at that point you're literally, essentially looking for a needle in a haystack. And the problem is that they don't really give you any hints. There are no NPCs that might hint at there existing a key for these doors, right? You wouldn't even really know if it was a key that you were looking for, or maybe some other kind of item that just opened the door, or some lever, or whatever the fuck, right? You wouldn't know. So I feel like had they done that, they probably then would have had to, I don't know, maybe implement an NPC that would sort of tell you, oh yeah, by the way, I heard there was a key. And, right? I mean, in a way, people are always saying, well, these secrets and the stuff that you find out together, that's really what makes Dark Souls so special. And I do agree with that to a degree, but at the same time, I think there's also a difference, right? There is a difference. Let's see, there is some really powerful ring that has like a really cool effect that you can use in multiple different character builds, or that really makes life easier for you, right? Maybe it has like a really great effect for boss fights in particular or something. Now, if you hide that ring in a location that is hard to get to, or that people might just not discover, especially on their first playthrough, or when they're going in completely blind, maybe even if they're playing offline, right? Imagine that, not having those messages there. Then maybe they would not find the ring. And I think something like that would actually be pretty great. That would be just a secret, essentially, that existed within the game, and maybe you're doing like a second or a third playthrough of the game, and suddenly for some reason you're able to find the ring, right? And then you were like you would be really happy, right? You would be saying, all right, nice, I didn't know this was here, I didn't know this existed, that's really cool, right? That's what I like about game design like this. We have all these kinds of secrets, or maybe there's like a shortcut that you weren't able to open before that you just didn't see before, and suddenly a fight that was pretty arduous before becomes really easy because now it's really close to a bonfire or something, right? That can be fun, but obviously if there's like no hint whatsoever to a key like this existing, yeah, that might be a tad difficult. And I do think that I don't know, I feel like the game, well, it is difficult. I don't think that it necessarily needs more hints or something. Not necessarily that, but I mean, maybe there should be multiple ways to do it. So, for example, well, I mean, you can take a torch literally into the boss room, right? I actually didn't think about that. So, technically, even if the boss room was pitch black, maybe you'd have to fight it with a torch, and that would still be possible, but you wouldn't be able to use a shield, for example. But then, on like a second playthrough, or maybe, you know, somebody on accident, or because they're really clever, they stumble upon the key before fighting the boss, right? And now suddenly you don't need to hold a torch. You can actually two-hand a weapon, or you can use a shield. That would actually be kind of neat. And that's actually implemented into the game, right? You can go into the boss room with a torch. Well, the problem there is the torch has a timer on it, right? Which at this point, I don't even really know why the timer exists, to be completely honest. If the timer on the torch didn't exist, the gameplay literally wouldn't be any different. At all. It wouldn't make even the slightest difference. And having no timer on the torch it's still detrimental to use the torch, because it literally takes away your shield slot, right? Or second weapon, or whatever the fuck you're using in the left hand, right? So why not just give the torch unlimited life, but instead turn a boss room like that to pitch black? So either you find the key and you light up the boss room, which is really cool if you discover that beforehand, or you need to fight the boss with torch in hand. That would have actually been pretty cool. The problem is they haven't done either of those, right? Because now, not only was the boss fight pretty disappointing, because the room is dark, doesn't make a difference. You can still see the boss easy, and it's not that complicated to defeat, right? But not only was the boss itself disappointing, but they also then made it so you discover this key and you think, oh great, now I can finally open up the doors that I wasn't able to open up before. But it literally, there's nothing behind those doors. I mean, at least there is an item here, so I get something out of it. I don't know. That is just strange to me. What are you doing here? Once again, why are you sitting here? Fire seed, what the fuck is that? Why are you sitting here? I don't get it. Whoa. Apparently you're sitting here to kill me. Which is great to know, I guess. Fuck, I need to run back there now. I should have... I don't know. I really underestimated him. I didn't think that he was just killing me. Well, that was annoying. What's the fire seed, though? Fire seed. What is that? That's some sort of special item? Fire seed? What am I missing here? Oh fuck, that's not what I wanted. Oh. Oh, strengthens pyromancy flame. Interesting. Wait, how did you upgrade that in the first game, though? Wasn't the pyromancy flame in the first game just upgradable with souls? I think? Yeah. Right? There wasn't any kind of special thing to upgrade the pyromancy flame in the first game. Interesting. Huh. I never even thought about an item like this existing because, well, I wouldn't have thought that you required something like that to upgrade the pyromancy flame. Tiny waning flame used to strengthen the pyromancy flame. Pyromancy flame serves as the catalyst for pyromancies and scales the strength of each spell according to its level. Fire is a common object of worship. It can never be grasped, and its mystery stokes the human imagination. And it also somehow works different to torches in this game. Oh, seriously? Well, bye-bye souls then, I guess, huh? Also, I'm just in a really bad spot to fight him. Wait, can I not? Let me see. Wasn't there... Can I use this? Huh. Alright, let me actually go this way. Oh. We already destroyed this, huh? Well, there he is. I have actually no idea what killed me there. He wasn't lagging, was he? Oh, that's really unfortunate. Well, it was only 2 levels. But did it have to be right now? Also, this was just a bad position to be in. Whatever. I think this was actually the first time that I actually lost my souls. So I guess it's not a big deal. I still want to probably... I still want to go back there once, though. Because I do want to check out whether or not the guy in the cell actually drops something. Because he probably does, doesn't he? That's always kind of unfortunate. Oh, seriously? I didn't know that. Wait. What? They can still damage you while you're pulling the lever? Well, that's not unfair at all. Fucking hell. Well, yeah, that was about 23,000 souls or something. Well, I mean, it was my fault to begin with, right? It was my fault to have actually died to that guy. Shouldn't have died to him. Oh, whatever. Still no idea why this guy exists here. I think that's, like, really weird. Just seems so random. I wonder what the kind of decision process behind that would be. Like, whoever designed this, did they just say, oh, we probably need, like, a cool enemy here, or something that sort of chases the player while they're running back to the boss that they're fighting, right? and somebody just says, "Oh yeah, we have this boss model that was really cool. Why don't we just use that or reuse that on the frickin' like in here, right?" I don't really. Like, why? Isn't that just weird? Seriously. Sometimes the AI is just really wonky. What are you doing? I guess nothing? Is he just going back down? Ah, whatever. I want to kill you. I should have just not two-handed my frickin' weapon. Height spear. Didn't have that before, apparently. Where is it? Winged spear, height spear. Yeah, it didn't have that. Spear originating in height. A special alloy makes it very durable. Composition of the alloy of the spears remains a mystery, but in Drink Lake, the attempt to imitate it resulted in the similar Braddon steel. Was that just like a random drop, or does he actually... Why does he drop so many souls? Guess he just stays dead, probably? You know what? I'll probably just grind for one more level. And then call it a day for now. Because that will feel a bit better if I at least get one level back from the souls that I just lost. So I pretty much need exactly 10,000. Although I don't even really know. Then again, you know what? It actually doesn't. It doesn't actually make sense. Although, yeah, no, I won't do that. What I will do instead is upgrade the twin blade thing. Because technically, hopefully, the guys in the bird's nest should have the material for me now. That's actually kind of a shame. I really wanted... That's I think it was my first invasion by an actual player in this game. I would have liked to have like a proper PvP fight. But it was just a very weird situation. I don't know. That bonfire is just kind of bad for that, right? With all the dogs running around and all the other guys. It's kind of impossible to find a good place to properly duel. I mean, I guess that was sort of the point, right? They're not really there to duel, they're there to kill you, and I appreciate that, right? I also just didn't play it very well, I think. Maybe I should have just run to like a different spot or something. Oh, for fuck's sake, that gives a Titanite slab? Wait, is that like random what it gives? I thought it actually gave... Or maybe it gave a Titanite slab the first time around as well. Well, that's unfortunate. Huh. Well, then I actually can't upgrade my weapon. Let's leave this here this time around.
Give us smooth. You, not like that.
Wait, what? Oh, for fuck's sake. Why am I pressing this button all of a sudden? What do you say not like that? What the fuck? Did I put it too far away or something? Or can you literally just do it one by one? That's weird. I thought you were actually able to... turn them in multiple items at a time. Because I feel like the small smooth and sickly stones, right? I think there's multiple instances of 3 of them together when you find them. And for some reason, because of that, I thought that you could turn in. I think I actually turned in multiples of ones at some point. Although maybe I didn't. I actually honestly don't really remember at this point. I've run so many circles through different levels. I am kind of which one was the one that gave me 3,000? I hope it was this one. Yes. Nice. Let's just level then. What level am I anyway? I wonder how the like invasion mechanic works in this. Because I'm now level 83. Maybe maybe I'm somehow getting closer to sort of the typical invasion threshold, I guess. That might be a thing, right? Do I want to put one stat into adaptability? I don't really know what else to do right now, to be completely honest. Because I still can't really... I don't really want to put any more points in strength. Because the twin blade that I want to switch to is better in dexterity. But leveling up dexterity right now would mean that I wouldn't increase the strength with my mace. Maybe it would... Maybe it's a time to increase endurance slightly? Although then again... Is it really? Let's put 1 point into adaptability. I don't really know what else to do, to be completely honest. And, yeah, I think that adaptability probably... I mean, it might be nice to be able to consume Estus and stuff just a tiny bit quicker. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. But yeah, this has been it. It's been a fun stream. We actually did a lot of stuff. I don't really want to reiterate everything that I talked about with the, you know, feeling like I didn't really progress even though I kind of did. Yeah, we actually managed to... So what did we do? I managed to defeat the gargoyles. I managed to defeat the Lost Sinner, which apparently was like a really powerful soul. I managed to defeat the 3... What were they called? Sentinel something? We fight 3 guys at once. Those were the 3 bosses that I did, correct? Yes, they were. And then I pretty much, unfortunately, almost completed the whole Lost Bastille. Which was a lot more than I thought it would be. Well, it also was a lot more because, now my controller is actually empty. Interesting. That's also a weird thing, by the way. Not really wanting to go off on another tangent, but for some reason, so the PlayStation 5 controllers, they actually last for a pretty long time, right? This controller that just went out of business, so to speak, I used this for the entire day without recharging, right? So I started this morning, so about 11 hours ago. So the battery charges actually last 11 hours. But the weird thing is, it tells you about 3 hours before it goes empty that the battery is empty. Or I guess it says it's low. It's still very weird to me. It displays it as empty, and you having to recharge it, even though it still has more than 2 hours in it, which is a bit of a weird thing, actually, that it works that way for some reason. Whatever, that's a different thing. But yeah, I mean, again, I managed to do quite a lot. I managed to find quite a lot of items. I also pretty much prepped everything to be able to switch over to the Twin Blade, or the Dragon, whatever Twin Blade it's called, which I still don't know whether or not that's a great decision. I feel like I would have made the game a lot easier for me, just in general, had I just invested in strength, right? Because I could have literally put my strength level to like 40 and then just increased my HP to like 30, and I probably would be an unstoppable machine to most enemies, right? Alas, I didn't do that. I do want to try out a couple of weapons. I still think that there's definitely some designs within the FromSoft games in general where they struggle with you being able to use different stuff. Sometimes I feel like New Game Plus playthroughs would actually be a lot more fun. But obviously, a New Game Plus, you already know the whole level, right? And the whole structure and layout of the game and stuff. So, I don't know. Other than that, though, I am really torn on Dark Souls 2. I think it looks pretty good for it being originally having been a PlayStation 3 game. The gameplay certainly is good. It certainly feels a bit different than the first one, but not different enough, in my opinion, that it really bothers me. I know, people who very frequently play PvP or who have put literally hundreds of hours into these games, they probably have like a much deeper opinion about the gameplay. And I can definitely see somebody playing like 500 hours of Dark Souls 1 and 500 hours of Dark Souls 2, they would probably come out with an opinion that's like entirely different to mine, because they just have tried out a bunch of different things, and I can definitely see people just liking Dark Souls 1 more, right? But to someone who's playing this for the first time, I absolutely think that the gameplay is not the issue at all. Like, at all. I think the gameplay is still really, really good. At its core, it's still Dark Souls. It very much feels like Dark Souls. It actually feels, in a way, in certain situations, certainly better than the first game. The problem is that I think they made some design decisions, and especially, I guess, the story, if you can call it that are just not as good as they should have been, right? They should have been an evolution from the first game. But it feels like they took 2 steps forward and then 2 steps back with Dark Souls 2, right? Some things they definitely improved, and some other things they sort of left behind without anything really replacing it. And sort of one of the biggest drawbacks for me personally, for FromSoft games in general, although again Sekiro sort of tried to alleviate that issue a little bit, is that I am typically mainly focused on story-heavy games. I like to have a lot of dialogue in my games, in RPGs especially, right? I like to have a lot of dialogue, a lot of NPC interaction, just cool characters in general. But the problem here is that Dark Souls 1 actually somewhat delivers on that, right? It still has this weird story structure that it does, and it is quite hard if you're playing it blind to sort of really figure out what's going on, right? It sort of loses you sometimes. It just does a couple of weird things here and there along the way that doesn't really feel executed very well as well, right? There's, I don't know, the way it structures its NPCs, and just also the frequency which how events unfold is just a bit too low, in my opinion. But I still think that Dark Souls 1 just has way more intriguing NPCs in general. And again, the whole setup with the two bells right from the get-go just made it feel like it was pulling you into its world a lot more strongly, right? I still dislike a lot of parts of Dark Souls 1 in terms of its level design, level structure, enemy design. There's all kinds of things that are wrong with Dark Souls 1. But it still manages to interest you in those levels. It still manages to interest you in those particular things and manages to make you ask questions about why certain things exist and how this all connects. And to me at least, it very much feels like the reason why I'm interested in Dark Souls 2 and why I'm interested to play through it is more because I played Dark Souls 1 and I want to play Dark Souls 3. And I also wanted to see how FromSoft games evolved. Again, I still like the gameplay. I still like a lot of stuff that Dark Souls 2 does. But it doesn't really hook me for some reason. And again, you can't even say that it's bland because I don't think that it is. But it literally, I don't know, there needed to be, for example, why does the Pursuer constantly appear? That is such a cool enemy design and such a cool way how they utilize it and how it just suddenly appears in certain locations, right? That's a very, very cool idea. Unfortunately, they're not doing anything with it because the only thing that he drops is literally Twinkling Titanite. And while it is somewhat of a rare resource in the first game as well, it's not all that special. It really isn't, right? So it feels really underwhelming that such a cool enemy design is wasted on loot like that. Why didn't they include, I don't know, some sort of secret that the Pursuer holds, that maybe you have to piece together throughout multiple items that he drops? Or maybe the Pursuer could always be the guy holding a special key for the level you're going through. Or maybe he could actually drop the branches of yore. I think that would also be a very interesting thing, because then they could have maybe included a couple of hints towards him being associated with whoever's petrifying people or something like that, right? They maybe could have hinted at that. Also, the whole petrifying thing in general. It exists in this world. There are these branches of yore as well, but you literally don't find out anything about that. It's never mentioned on any other item whatsoever. And also, nobody else ever talks to you about these things, right? And again, I came to expect that from Dark Souls somewhat, right? The first Dark Souls, NPCs definitely don't really interact with you in terms of what's happening in the game world. They do sometimes, right? Obviously, the ringing the two bells will prompt other dialogue from the Crestfallen, for example. But not to the extent that you would expect out of an actual RPG, right? Still, they do just enough to make you interested in these certain things, right? And certain item descriptions then are actually interesting and do tell you something about this world. And also then, I guess the world design in and of itself, the fact that you literally go through like places that look like hell, and then something like Ashen Lake as well, just makes it really feel like this is sort of the end of the world, right? And something really grave is happening, which hasn't been the case in Dark Souls 2 at all. That being said, I mean, I have played about 35 hours now of Dark Souls 2, and I think it actually did take me about 50 hours to ring the second bell in Dark Souls 1. I think. I'm not entirely positive on that. I might have rung it before, and then just didn't continue through the levels or something. Or I went back and did something else. I actually don't really remember that. But yeah, somehow I feel like both in terms of the enemy design is certainly more interesting in Dark Souls 1, the area design, while having immense trouble with shading and lighting, and there's all kinds of technical problems when you're switching areas. But the areas themselves are just way more interesting. Dark Souls 2 is a lot more generic, I feel like. Or not... Generic is almost too hard on the game. Again, I still like it. But I'm trying to figure out what's wrong about it, right? Because, it just doesn't hook you as well as the other FromSoft games. And... yeah, it's just... the NPCs kind of don't really do anything. They constantly just have the same dialogue. The world doesn't really change. The areas that you visit, while being, I guess, pretty good from a level design standpoint, because the enemy design isn't really all that exciting most of the time. I think Heights Tower was actually probably the place that had the best enemy design so far. Those big dudes combined with the small ones. Even though they didn't really seem to fit at all together, I felt like it was still... at least it was challenging. And then, yeah, the boss design certainly is a big downside to this game. Although I have to admit that the boss design in Dark Souls 1 is also pretty bad compared to Bloodborne and Sekiro especially. I mean, I know that Bloodborne and Sekiro are later games, right? I realize that. But the boss design in Dark Souls 1 overall isn't that good, right? There are a couple of really cool bosses, mostly in the DLC. But the general boss design of the base game of Dark Souls 1 is basic at the beginning and just outright bad at the end. Or not really at the end, but sort of, in the second half of the game, I would say. But here in Dark Souls 2, it feels like they didn't put any effort into the bosses at all. They're just, they have unique models and somewhat unique attack patterns, but they're really, really similar in terms of structure for the most part. And it doesn't help that they, for some reason, decided... yes, sure, certain boss designs do appear in FromSoft games as normal enemies later on. Literally one of my favorite bosses of Bloodborne, the Shadows of Yharnam, they just appear as normal enemies in the very last area of the game, right? But I feel like it's fine in that case. Not only, obviously, do they drop their health pool when they're just normal enemies, but, it feels appropriate for the last area of the game. But here, it just feels weird. You're literally fighting this two-headed dude in the boat that leads to the Lost Bastille, and then before you even find one boss in the Bastille itself, right, before I got to the Lost Sinner, which was the first boss that I fought there, you find the same guy suddenly just being a normal enemy. And also so randomly placed. That is also a big thing why I feel like Dark Souls 2 just feels a lot more generic compared to Dark Souls 1. Even though I dislike a lot of the level structures in Dark Souls. Well, that's kind of wrong. I don't dislike a lot of the level structures, but there are just certain areas that I dislike. Let's just say that, right? Where the first Hydra is, for example, with the crystal dudes, where it connects Undead Burg to the forest. That's a very weird area that shouldn't exist like that. It feels just like bad design. But at least there are a lot of unique enemies and a lot of really cool enemy designs as well. While, some of them aren't that great, they still kind of surprise you, and there's always something different to discover. And also, while there are certainly a lot of design problems in Dark Souls 1, it very much feels like they placed everything with a purpose in mind, right? I might disagree with that, right? I might disagree with the developers on why they placed certain enemies in a certain location or certain object somewhere or something like that, right? And I might think that it's bad design and I would have done it differently. But it still feels like I can look at enemy placement in Dark Souls 1 for the most part, right? I'm not saying that it's 100% true, but for the most part, you can look at enemy design and placement in Dark Souls 1 and say, oh yeah, I can see why they did that. I can see why they put this enemy here, right? And unfortunately, that feels a lot less true in Dark Souls 2, right? There are actually quite a lot of enemies in this game that just feels like they've been placed in an area because they felt like, oh yeah, this area needs enemies, right? So they maybe designed the level, they designed certain enemy types, and then somebody just went in and said, oh yeah, there needs to be one dude here, 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 right? And they just put them there and said, alright, that's, this works. There's now an enemy every 100 meters or something for the player to fight, right? I don't know whether or not that's true. I don't think it is. And maybe they also, and I touched upon that multiple times as well, maybe they just did some weird stuff with the AI as well. I feel like they tried a couple of weird things with the AI, and in a lot of places it just doesn't really work. And sometimes the AI just does wonky stuff, and it feels like the enemy placement is at fault when it's really the enemy was maybe placed at the correct location, but it just ran somewhere completely different because it decided to do that. I don't really know. But of course I'm going to be keep playing Dark Souls 2. Probably going to be checking out the next area tomorrow. Because I really honestly can't be bothered to go back to the Lost Bastille at this point. So yeah, we're probably going to check out the next area tomorrow, which I think is, well, let me actually take a look at that. What was it called? This one, Huntsman's Copse, is what we're checking out tomorrow. And maybe we'll find the second Lord Soul, or whatever the fuck they're called. So the bonfire was actually called Primordial something, right? But the soul? It said something when it had the like the pop-up that you destroyed a special soul. It said something. I don't remember what it did. Whatever. That's it for today. I have talked a lot. I've talked a lot about the design of the game, what I like, what I dislike, but that'll probably come up again at certain points. There's probably still a lot of game left, I'd imagine. I mean, I'm 35 hours in. So I expect there to be a lot left, but we'll see, I guess. But that's it for now. Again, Dark Souls 2 is going to return tomorrow at a different time, though. You can check out the time on my schedule, on my channel page. That should hopefully work. And then after that, currently, there's at least a stream planned tomorrow as well of Final Fantasy XIV, where we probably, hopefully, get the re-clears done for this week. Of the Savage tier. That's going to depend on one of our static members who's still feeling a bit sick. So we'll see about that, but hopefully there's going to be a 14 stream. Maybe I'll also drop in like Genshin somewhere in between that. But I definitely want to continue with Dark Souls 2 as well. Which, again, just check out the stream schedule. Other than that, I hope you had a fun time. I certainly did. Even though, and I just want to say this at the end, right? I sometimes maybe come across as very negative about a certain game, but the more I talk about the design decisions, right, the more I usually like a game. Because if I really like a game, then I really want to understand why certain things were designed in a certain way, why they decided to play certain enemies or items or whatever the way they did, right? And also, it's always really interesting because just because I disagree with something, there might be like a completely different reason why that happened, right? That might be a budgetary or a time constraint or something else, and it's just really interesting to try to figure out why that might be the case, right? So just because I'm criticizing something doesn't mean that I don't like it, right? just wanted to leave that here at the end, but hopefully you enjoyed the stream. Hopefully I'll see you back in the next one. Other than that, have a great rest of your evening, day, morning, wherever you are, and I hope to see you on the next one. Until then, have a good one. Bye bye.